show me a cellular. You can hype on your boyfriend a hustler. Y'all broke out and wine. It's clear, said the enemy's over there. I'm not just to how them a steer. Listen on my dear, I know for them love off your hair. I flop you, I flop them career. Are you have the flair? Are you make a gal get fear? So them sit them for your name like cheer. I want this my dear. Look how you let them clear and free them here. You like beer. Do them share.
Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 na. It's all about Romy and them big fat sister Naomi. You two of them claims and them naughty. All them arguments throw me. The boy get named Romy and them more sister Naomi. You two of them claims and them naughty. All them arguments throw me. But me wonder Romy, how him fi know me? I want to host me man and crack down me go live there and see it a grow me. Oh the boy owe me, him argument show me. Him gal want blow me through chase and me blew me. Me here now you owe me a 15 auntie. Me check it out deep down to the grandma what me. So I got the boy grudge me, the boy bad mind me. That's why me argument just one and roll me. And him big fat sister now yo me. The two of them claims that them know me. And them argument show me. That boy them name Romy. And him big fat sister now yo me. The two of them claims that them know me. And them argument me SM Miss Naomi, one big fat girl from in the 1920. If looks was a hoe, she live a do cause she plenty. And from a girl 20, her love life empty. Empty. People look ya, Naomi a whore and a booper a preacher. Me get for you understand the girl a rich crop worker. Show be I'm a dog, go get the stepfather. That's why the DJ down to say, oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 na.
What should you tell when you are buying new? Be more careful, though you can buy dinner. I know anybody pour my drink, I know anybody buy my dinner. So hard if just say enemy, hard if just a friend, just your friend. Me nah lie, me love me family, but me not just see all of them. All of them, my town fuck up, but that's how me feel. Big up and do the coast up a sunny hill. All of me long time build up from Ditchfield. Long time to show them a whole heap on the battlefield. Some of them are filled with grudge. My dogs are the realest dogs, and my heart clean, feel with love. And me meditation, sharp like stud. Them grace soul, even them send me say the whole of them are miss. Go for the psalms, them and send for the chalice. Them just a watch me like a radio analyst. But in and stop it, remember me tell you this. In the music I'm like a fucking senator. Them are the fucking janitor. None of my link no regular. Mad sick, ain't no good like predator. What should you tell when you are buying new? Be more careful, though you can buy dinner. I know anybody pour my drink, I know anybody buy my dinner. So hard it just a enemy, hard it just a friend. Just a friend. Me nah lie, me love me family, but me not just see all of them. All of them, my town fuck up, but that's how me feel. Pick up and do the coast up a sunny hill. All of me long time build up from Ditchfield. Long time picture them a whole heap on the battlefield. Some of them are filled with grudge. My thoughts are the realest dogs, and my heart bleed filled with love. And me meditation sharp like studs.
Smoke your big tongue some brave, make we think constructive from brave. Because it was born on King Solomon grave. He was the wisest man in these days. I'm serious, me now make no joke. Ganja me smoke and not coke. I will never change them woman, me no eat boat. I go sailing on this white man boat. I have whistle already, fun with the chronic. Me have some preserve, but I wanna make tonic. That candy coke, all those things must have all the sweet of the bunch of this. In a bucket of malice, me say ganja man me come to congratulate. And with no coke, we now go collaborate. When them a demonstrate, or when them a portrait, them a illustrate when them a contaminate. The younger youths them mind when you this white girl king. That them a put in a your tool as a walk straight. Right out around 2 months of your night game. While the sunshine don't be too late. Good things in a life the killer a penetrate. And that just message is what we come to dedicate you. Now make your life go to waste. Hey, smoke your herb, keep talk some praise. And make me think constructive and brave. Because it was born on King Solomon grave. He was the wisest man in his days. But I'm serious, me nah make no joke. Ganja me smoke and not coke. I will never turn the rum and me nah eat pork. I
big long John.
Big long John. Big long John. Well, I'm dreaming of a sexy relationship, me and this sexy chick across the border. Now in order to get between those legs, have to get things in order. Tired of using this telephone, going across the border in afraid of Al Capone. Girl is home and she's so all alone, and she is longing for a big long cone because she need me some long John. Big long John. She need big long John.
If you on YouTube, subscribe, baby, subscribe.
Wake up in the morning before I start some yawning. I wonder who the hell is calling. Not surprised it was my darling, and she need me way up in her morning. Oh well, the cop I do that quite well, riding with my bus bedroom bombshell. What's up next? On the way start to fell. Oh yes, girl. No, I do that quite well because she need me some long John.
Greetings, this is Salam. Juneteenth. It is a awesome day today. Weather is great outside, beautiful, and it's 7:37 p.m. So we're just getting started, getting warmed up, and we should be starting pretty soon. Got some more people coming in, and tonight talking all about Juneteenth and the reality of our position, what we've gotten so far, what we've been asking for, where we need to go, and how we're going to be able to come together to handle everything for ourselves. So, yes, much love and respect. We'll be starting up, like I said, in a minute. And keep things going. All right, so hold on for a little bit longer. Yes, sir.
No sound. I don't hear no sound.
Don't have answers. We operate in a sense of desperation, and a lot of times we don't see the change before us. Don't have answers. We operate in the fight of life. We operate in a sense of desperation, and a lot of times we don't see the change before us. Don't have answers. We operate in the fight of life. We operate in a sense of desperation, and a lot of times we don't see the change before us.
Swiftly, yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Legusa Salam. Welcome in once again. It is Juneteenth. Yes, in June 2025. Another Thursday night. And we got some good packed information with Minister Laz for our Foreign Affairs Department. So we welcome everybody for coming in. And at this time, I'd like to ask the Sergeant of Arms to open us up with a prayer. We may proceed for this evening. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Hallelujah. Give thanks, Chair. Most High Exhibit, we give thanks on this light, give thanks on this day for love, life, light, liberation. For I am that I am love, I am life, I am light, I am liberation. I am that I am, and I am that we are. And we give thanks on this glorious light to be here in this new age, this new time, where we have the opportunity to live a life where we don't have to worry about, per se, getting hung on a tree just for trying to show each other love, have an opportunity to build and protect ourselves and from annihilation. We give thanks for the Most High, Abacadus, Gedamari, Kadamari, Haile Selassie, Sim, Exabir, for being here. For we know that we are not a body with an irit, we're an irit with a body. So we give thanks for knowing who we are in our truest self and understanding, overstanding the great Creator, the Almighty, resides in all of us, came here in the flesh to protect us and guide us and lead us into this new age, give us the tools that we need to provide for ourselves what we need to have in order to have what we need as far as basic essentials, human rights, and be able to live the peace and live the life that we desire for ourselves. So we give thanks, Most High Exhibit, to have this platform, to have this time where we can come together and reason and build word, sound, power, and have each other as strength, iron sharp as iron. And as we go out into this world, we have these times where we know our efforts that build up our purpose, your purpose in our lives, as we continue to build up our purpose for ourselves that you have for us. And individually, we move on to our families, our communities, and to the world. So we give thanks for this great process. We give great thanks for this great knowledge. For at one point we were blind and now we can see. So we give thanks, Most High, Exabir, Abacadus, Gedamari, Kadamari, Haile Selassie, Sim, Exabir, again, for this glorious light, this glorious opportunity of reasoning, word, sound, to give thanks unto the times of the ones and ones before us, the ancient ones, the ancient of days. Yes, I give thanks. Aliyah, Sila, 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 Ashe. Give thanks to the chair. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Give thanks. Now we'll give the floor over to Minister Lazarus. Yes, sir. Give thanks. Welcome in.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Give thanks. Usalam. Bless it. Give thanks, Sergeant at Arms. We are in a crucial time period in this time. And a lot is changing before the world. But we're also watching demographics of things that were placed to the side and not considered for by people who were just battling for citizenship, who were battling to just be treated equal. But is this the goal? But before we go further into that, we'd like to give all respect and honor to His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie for June 15th, 1935. An edict of a king of kings, the emperor, was issued on our behalf. In this today, we will discuss in great lengths and dialogue. But we will begin with reading a speech by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, when he speaks out against apartheid and racial discrimination. The spectra of racial discrimination, which has for so long cast its dark and evil shadow over much of this globe, is slowly disappearing. Men are coming increasingly to be judged by their talents and abilities rather than the less meaningful and far more superficial standards of race and religion. But there yet remains those who, in their bigotry and ignorance, resist this flooding tide. And it is against these that our efforts must be directed. The struggle to win for our brothers in South Africa that status as free men, as equal, which so many millions of Asians and Africans have attained but yesterday, goes on. Our duty is not discharged. Our course is not run. Our victory is not won so long as apartheid, the illegitimized policies of the governments of the Union of South Africa prevail in any area of the world. In South Africa, attempt has been made to legislate the inequality of the races. The attempt is doomed to failure. We here are all pledged not to pause in this strife until its emptiness and mockery are revealed to all to see. And those who have used it for their own purpose have abjured this doctrine, which is an insult to all men and to the Almighty God, in whose image we are created. But at the same time, let us not bemuse ourselves with the notion that it is any more possible to legislate equality, for these matters concern attitudes and values over which intellect sadly exercise but little control. Let us not recoil in hatred against those who, even while protecting their freedom from bias and prejudice, revealed by their actions that the poison of racial discrimination has left its lasting effect. And by this reaction reveal that we no less than they are prey to unreasoning emotion, that we no less than they are susceptible to the virus which is called intolerance. Apartheid must be discredited. African states have already imposed direct sanctions in the economic and diplomatic field as an attempt to influence the policies of South Africa and to convince South African leaders that it is in no sense in their interest longer to adhere to this policy. We should, during this conference, consider if there are not additional messages or measures which we may adopt to speed the inevitable day when the policy of racial discrimination and the principles of apartheid are discredited and abandoned. Let us take pride in the fact that as freemen, we attack and abhor and racial discrimination on principles wherever it is found, in whatever guise or disguise. We can, in addition to the economic pressures of which we dispose, bring our moral weight to bear and rally world opinion to our cause by revealing the brutality, the inhumanity, and the inherent viciousness and the evil represented by this policy. It is only natural for man to strive towards a better life, to wish to educate his children while he himself was uneducated, to desire to shelter and clothe them while he himself was naked and scourged by elements, to strive to spare them from the cruel disease by which he himself was ravaged by. But when these ends are realized at the expense of others, at the cost of their degradation and the poverty, and these desires, which are not intrinsically immoral or promiscuous in themselves, must be frustrated, and the means by which these otherwise legitimate ends are sought to be obtained must be scorned and shunned. We ourselves, the non-aligned nations of the world, speak no less than others these same objectives. And it is not by mere chance that we also count among our number the great majority of the underdeveloped nations of the world. For not until the direction and determination of man's fate is firmly within his own grasp can he devote totality of his strength to his own good. For until the direction and determination of man's fate is firmly within his own grasp, can he devote the totality of his strength. The totality of his strength. Here we are today, watching the world turn as the terrors of religious and racial discrimination run rampant through the world. As these thrones of religious and racial discrimination find themselves in their own terror dome of witnessing their empires falling. The times have changed. And our call to action, is still the same as it was when His Majesty called for us to stand in the solidarity against racial discrimination, religious discrimination, and to place the morality back into the world. Now,
Can't hear anything. Is it only just me?
You have to pay attention to what is going on. The real Juneteenth is June 15th, 1935. Why do you think His Majesty announced June 15th, 1935, I am the Emperor of all of Africa, and I am the King of all Negroes around the world, including those in the United States. Our emancipation was June 15th, 1935, and still today, the people don't know that the Emperor redeemed you without money, without bond, without gun, redeemed you and brought you redemption to be a free people from under the Papa Bull doctrine, from under the doctrine of discovery, from under your colonial enslavers. He gave you a diaspora government, the Ethiopian World Federation. He gave you a constitution, a flag, and the headquarters of land in the Empire of Ethiopia so that you may operate as a federation throughout the world. But still today, most people don't know. They've been set free, emancipated from the colonial control. When will we stand on this? Will this just be like the last Juneteenth, where the people were in the land not knowing they were free, not knowing the decree had been given? The real Juneteenth comes from our Emperor, Haile Selassie, who emancipated us from under the jurisdiction of our enslavers. Happy Juneteenth.
Juneteenth. The story is told to us that the slaves were down in Texas, not knowing they had been set free. That's the story told to us. And we're told Abraham Lincoln emancipated us. We're told that now we live in a democratic society, democracy. And this is the greatness of society. But yet, just as those unknowing recipients of colonial citizenship, not emancipation, and I'm speaking about the people in Texas, as they sat down in Texas and the word came that Abraham Lincoln was supposed to have emancipated them, but they knew not. And so people praise this colonial citizenship right after being beaten and having no rights. To get anything felt good. But rights to our enslavers and our colonizers is not freedom. It's not freedom. So a people who were still under their colonizers, their enslavers, were waiting and praying for a change. June 15th, 1935, the change came. The emancipation from under the jurisdiction of our enslavers, our colonizers. An edict was issued by the emperor June 15th, 1935, emancipating we, the Black peoples of the world. And in those days that we were described as Negroes, and therefore the emperor addressed us in the capacities redeeming us from the false dictions or language of law and jurisdiction from the Papa Bull by stating he is the king of all Negroes around the world, including those in the United States. But yet today, the people of the diaspora sit unaware that they have been emancipated, redeemed, and given a government by the King of Kings. Racial discrimination was normalized in our everyday life as the way things run. It's a white man's world. It's the things that people would say. Racial discrimination and the power of colonizers to continue their authority of racial discrimination through giving the authority to define, legislate, and administer their racial discriminative authority over us in the capacity of wanting to be citizens. But we look at today the value of wanting to be a citizen of America. Working hard, blood, sweat, tears, to be a good citizen of America, to give some value to the treadmill of America's working system. So people compromise to have the comforts of what they believe is America. And then they later find out racial discrimination, religious discrimination is the bedrock of this society. So we've convinced other people, I'm speaking of the Blacks in America, to travel to the United States, seeking the illusions, and only coming to find out that apartheid is still here. I'm gonna open the floor right here to give a few people to speak on when did they realize that our Juneteenth, our emancipation by the King of Kings had happened, and what generation in their family was this awareness brought? Were they the first generation? Did their mama realize it? Did their grandmama realize it? Has their family spoke on it? Do they understand the capacity of it? And Where has coming into this knowledge brought them in realization of where we're at in the world? How many people are still unaware of their emancipation? Floor is open. Somebody talk black to me. Give thanks. Floor is open. How many of you are the first generation? How many of you are realizing that no one really knows that they have been emancipated, still sitting in the chambers of their enslavers? Talk back to me. Floor is open.
Yes, sir. Give thanks. I mean, you know, I'm from Savannah, Georgia. You know what I mean? Just 2018, I thought getting people registered to vote and pushing Stacey Abrams' campaign was being as black as I could be. So, you know, being first generation to this knowledge, even though I was introduced to His Majesty in 2016, you know, it was something for me that took years before it made a sense, because the liberty is what attracted me. Then once I realized His Majesty was behind the liberty, then that's when all the information started making sense. But yeah, so to be, you know, first generation in that compartment as far as my family, the people around me, as far as the ones I came up with, you know, we call it the streets or whatever with, you know, it's kind of always been my path. Like, people have seen me do different things, from Hebrew Israelite, you know, from just finding God, just leaving the streets and just taking my golds out and cutting my dreads off and saying, you know, I done found God for myself as a grown man. You know, over the years, I've always been that person, that Daniel in the den, for real. So to be that in this capacity, it makes a lot of sense. And I'm just grateful to know this truth. And yeah, like I said, you know, that in these communities, a lot of times, I think you was at one of the rites of passage last year, Minister Lazarus was like, a lot of black folks was there, different doctors and different people, and you calling each other king in the rising and greetings king, and they ain't never seen a king. I'm like, y'all ever seen His Imperial Majesty? And it's like, and it's not a reality that's common in a certain essence. And so give thanks, but that's just from personal perspective. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Floor is open. Floor is open. First generation. Yes, sir. First generation. But not the last. The first of the next 7 awaken. Floor is open. Anyone else?
Yes, Russ, greetings. Yeah. In this country, we don't know nothing about Juneteenth, you know. I've only just learned about Juneteenth. You know, even that saying, Juneteenth, I had to wonder what, you know, maybe I learned about it maybe last year even, or the year before. That's how recent I've ever heard that. I said, what's Juneteenth? I never heard of it, you know. But because I don't live in America, you know, we've got a completely different set of experiences, you know, in this country. We don't know nothing about that, you know.
But you know, the beauty of this is that through His Majesty, this is not America's Juneteenth we're speaking about.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, Russ. But even that saying, Juneteenth, I'm aware of what the idea is. Well, I've only just learned about His Majesty as well. You know, from Ras Amdi, from the time I've been linking with the IDM.
Yes, sir.
I learned about His Majesty bringing this liberation. You know, I didn't know anything about it, you know, at all.
Yes, sir. So this Juneteenth that we're speaking of today, I want everyone to understand it. This Juneteenth here does not belong to the United States. It does not belong to America. It doesn't belong to what you would call African Americans or nothing. This Juneteenth belongs to we, the black peoples of the world, when the emperor declared that he is the king of all of us, pulling us from under the Pope's jurisdiction. This is the emancipation of blacks in UK, blacks in the Philippines, blacks in Australia, blacks in America, Hawaii, Japan, wherever they are. This is their Juneteenth.
under his imperial majesty, June 15th, 1935, the emperor, the king of kings, declared and removed the authority of the pope from off of we, the black peoples of the world, emancipating us. So even though Juneteenth has been given to the world as an American slave story, today Juneteenth is given to us as a victory, of an African victory that is a global victory around the world. And it is a story of how around the world our people have no knowledge of their emancipator, of their liberator. Yes, sir. So this belongs to the UK as well, Rasifa. This belongs to you. Yes, sir.
Well, I would say also, Russ, until I heard about the I's teaching of the papal bull and on all of that, I think, I mean, that's why I say the I is a visionary, because the I is the only person who's been able to put this whole constitution in a international framework context. So Russ, the I is a pioneer in this thing, and I think there is nobody. I don't think anybody else, other than the I, has come forward with this knowledge. It's a divine gift that the I has been given. That's my opinion, because I think the only time I heard of it is when I met the I on Ho Shing's platform. That's when I started to hear first of the papal bull, and even to get it to put it into a context of understanding of international law. So I give thanks, Russ. But I think the I needs, the I's voice needs to be heard, on a much greater scale. Yes.
Well, I'll say I totally agree. His Majesty is our liberator, and we are the bringers of the good news. And we're reaching out on a very great scale. Sometimes it's behind the curtains of all of the Hollywood and illusion world that we live in. So it's reaching to certain people that is the right component. And we're not reaching them in theoretics. We're reaching to the people in works. And so that's where we're going to lay a solid foundation of infrastructural building of a government surrounded by the teachings of His Majesty and the chartered constitution He has given us. And our movement in that capacity as being the keepers of the circle of life. His Majesty called us to deal with collective security, to protect life on earth, to secure it for all of the generations. And so we're here to fulfill that. We're not here to debate the religion with each other, to prove or nothing. We're here to show our oneness and how we are family, and how this royal decree and this royal right that has been so rightfully placed in the blood lineages of the Cushites and the Ethiopian, how they have rightfully carried this through the ages to protect humanity. And so we know, as we always say, His Majesty, the throne of Ethiopia, is the rock of all ages. And so our liberation comes today at no surprise that it comes from that Cushite Ethiopian throne. For it has come from there many of times, all the way back to the times of the great Osiris. So we are here again in another cycle of time. But let's go into the international law of this. What does this mean to our people today? Do they understand jurisdiction? Do they understand the claiming and the creation of jurisdictions and sub-jurisdictions?
So you would have a grand jurisdiction, as we would have. The grand jurisdiction is the empire of Ethiopia, the throne. Then you have the sub-jurisdictions, which the sub-jurisdictions become now the Ethiopian World Federation, and the IEC, the International Executive Council of the Ethiopian World Federation, becomes a centralized component to help govern the sub-jurisdictions of the empire, because the empire expands the globe. So a lot of people, when they hear us speak Ethiopian World Federation, or we speak Ethiopian nationality, they think of the state Ethiopia and Africa. They think of the percentage, the vicinity of the land there, and not of listening to the words that we're saying empire. Now, some people say, oh, we're trying to get away from the imperialist and all of that. In everything, there's a polarity. So you have imperialists who come in the destruction of humanity. They come in an evil form. And then you have an imperial throne that brings and restores the balance and the protection to humanity. Is a caretaker, a servant to humanity. You know, so when you deal with the principles of one who sees themselves as servants to humanity, called by God, and those who believe that they are rulers of humanity, to make humanity serve them as rulers, it's a different polarity. So when we speak of this out of Ethiopia, out of Africa, we're speaking on different terms than what we've witnessed to with the empire of Rome, or the papal bull empire. And then the sub-jurisdictions out of the papal bull empire. So now, on one side, you've got the righteous throne, the throne of Ethiopia, the Lion of Judah, the King of Kings. Then on the other side, you have the great deceivers. You have the papal doctrines. And then you have the colonial governments, who become the sub-jurisdictions. Now, in the end, people will say slavery ended, or the massive push of the grand jurisdiction ends in an illusion, but it's still tied to the economical benefits. And then the sub-jurisdictions, they take on a different ID. They change their identification. Instead of saying they're a colonial government, they say they're a democratic government. They're a republic. And you would want to earn rights to be a citizen in our society. Hold up now. Hold up. Let's play it back. You're the evil killers, the rapists, the colonizers, the enslavers. Then you turn your name and you say you're democratic, and you teach us that we would find it most benefit to be a citizen of your society. And the only way we can be a legitimate people is to come up under them. So the people accept the rulership of the sub-jurisdiction of colonialism, of slavery, under a different name. The people in the UK, majority of our people ended up in the UK through acts of slavery. And then the next wave came through opportunity in the society. Because this is how you get a legitimate way of life. This is what makes you legitimate. So we seek the enslaver, the colonizers' government as giving us a right of life, a place in life. Never knowing that in 1935, the King of Kings, the Emperor, had witnessed through travels. And he told us to keep pushing. But he had witnessed our despair. And so when His Majesty speaks, he's our life jacket. He's the people that are out in the ocean say they're waiting on God to send and the boats come. And people say, no, I'm waiting on something else. And they out in the ocean knowing that, and they say they're waiting on something else. And they really don't realize that that's their ride. How did we not see? Well, let's say this. Let's play this. Let's play this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Before I go in a critical statement. Let's do this. Let's go. Here. When you read this, I'm gonna ask everyone read this. When you see this statement, what is your mindset from reading this? And just imagine, let's just say if you were in the 1930s, how do you think the mindset was if they heard this or read this? Floor is open. Someone speak. Someone could read it, please.
Yes, sir. I'm not only Emperor of Africa, I am king of all Negroes everywhere, including those in the United States and other foreign domains. The Italian warlord is trying to prevent your last best hope you have on earth. Yes, sir, hallelujah. I think people were shocked. I think people were shocked that, and, you know, they had all the movements. You know, a lot of times we be thinking people crazy. I think that a lot of people probably thought, like, you know, some of them Ethiopian star missions and stuff was a little crazy, a little bit. But by the time stuff like this started happening and the world started getting to a certain place, I feel like the energy on the earth, period, was just in an intense form. And, you know, with Ethiopia being the last sovereign state left on the planet, Kamehameha from Hawaii, all these folks we could bring up we look at what was going on, I just feel like the energy was very high, and things like this meant a lot and did a great number on people having the iron of self-determination. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I think also that where he says I'm not only emperor of Africa, I think even that declaration there was something which was would have been enlightening to the world, because I'm sure that the people had never realized that even His Majesty was the emperor of the whole of Africa, because they were just probably putting him down to the state of Ethiopia where he's at. I mean, I think his own people saw him in that light alone. They didn't see him as, and even the church, when they say, "Oh, he's the King of Kings of Ethiopia," like it's that like he's not the king of the world, he's the King of Kings of Ethiopia, the state of Ethiopia. I think that is even the
Right. But the Pope is recognized in international capacity. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right.
I of course I understand it, Russ. I'm just trying to put myself into the narrow mind. We have a different vision of His Majesty, because we've got the idea of this empire as well, through the eye as well, through the Kushite Empire, even though obviously we were aware of it before, even down to that book. I mean, I had that book probably 30 years ago, the ancient the ancient the wonderful Ethiopians of the ancient Kushite empire from Drusilla Houston Dundee.
Yes.
I probably had that book maybe 30 years ago, maybe I got that book, but I still didn't relate, I couldn't relate it to today, you know. And I think, and that statement there, just talking even though he's saying he's the Negroes of everywhere, but that simple statement there, I'm not only emperor of Africa. That means he's declaring him, he knows who he is, he knows his place, but the whole world is lacking in vision for His Majesty, like people are lacking in vision for the eye. It's the same. You're on the same treadmill as His Majesty, because the people couldn't see His Majesty. The people can't see the eye, even amongst the Federation, Frederick. I tell you, you
So,
know.
so His Majesty was dealing with a world that had been put in a mental hypnosis through trauma and fear. The greatest tyranny of murder and mayhem had hit the planet everywhere. Someone was extinguishing a thought process that originally existed, a mindset, and they were captivating the world in a reality, engrossing in their violent reality to engraft the minds now from that point with their reality, till the minds then forget the reality that existed before. Many of us have gone through that in our lifetimes, that we remember when we were children and this was this, and then all of a sudden the reality changed, the stress levels changed, and everything, the drama, relationship things, and all that. So your reality of your being now remembers certain components of yourself, but the other way you used to think at 3 and 2, you have memory, but you can't in place your mind. You be like, darn, how was I? I don't know, but it's like I just couldn't. Like, you come from a one mind state to another, and it's like the other mind state it's not like it, but it is another dimension that you lived in. So someone tricks you to create their dimension. So when you hear people speak about parallel dimensions, and then you hear the laws of Tahuti say all is mind, the law of mentalism. So we're looking at a parallel dimensions that we exist in. And we're looking at his majesty and his divine aura, his divine array, travel through this dimension and yet is barely seen in the capacity of it. But yet the directives of the dimension control the mentalities of the people, and then it gives them a precept in which to see things in. And then the scripture says precept upon precept. Why do the heathen reign and the people imagine a vain thing? Why do the heathen reign and the people imagine a vain thing? The glories of life were then placed into the mindsets to be begotten through white society, not through black. The basis of the trauma inflicts the mindset. So white glory and whites to perceive you, then that meant you were out of the threat and God had blessed you. See, fear became the dictative precision of the thought. So the thought was woven into a way that it could not remove itself to even perceive the reality that walked amongst it. See, this is why they say the beings become woven in a cocoon. But the cocoon is the mummy wrapping. So the embryonic force is still there within them. They just need activation. So the King of Kings comes with the spear and the scepter in his hand. And people think that the spear with the cross on it is a Christian symbol. But it is of a far more ancient calling than that. It is the swats. It is the mummy wrapping. It's an embryonic force. It's an Anubis power. And so when you study even Anubis, you see how Anubis and Osiris, Asar, represents an intrinsic nature. In those aspects, his majesty would be the opener or the restorer of the dry bones. The calling of the bands would start to formulate again. The stick of beauty represents the sixth spear on the tree of life, which is Teferet. And beauty represents the sun, the Heru, the horizon, the Heru rise, the Horus rise. It represents the return. So they call them the ever returning ones. Remember that term, the ever returning ones. So when we come to our Juneteenth, you have to think, wow, His Imperial Majesty issues a statement of our emancipation, our redemption unto him as the king. in the same time period in which was designated to be the Juneteenth. Now, there's no celebration of Juneteenth like that in 1930s, even though in Texas they were doing certain things. But it wasn't a international or national recognized terminology. So here you have the illusion of Abraham Lincoln supposedly issuing an order placing the people who were once slaved or colonized as property under the federal government. See, that's the first basis of it, is the one side speaks in deceptive language, and then the other side will be speaking in the living truth. So the deceptive language is Abraham Lincoln and them gives the people the illusion that you're being set free. It's a deceptive language. But we're going to govern you. Hold up. Hold up, man. In deceptive language, the reality of the fight at that time period, we're talking the Abraham Lincoln time period, the 1800s. The reality of the fight and who we fighting is still precedent in the consciousness of the people. But in leadership and in tribal governments and so forth, which many of you can read now today and a lot of things, and sometimes you have to read and go on YouTube and watch the documentaries. But leadership finds it that they do seek peace out, especially if you're not the war. And you would seek peace out in the interest of the women and children. In the interest of the women and the children. So, in the construct of double talking, two-tone, a people will come to a people in the midst of the war and say they would seek to end the war. That's why I tell everyone, please go watch the documentary 500 Years Later. One of the best for you to watch. It's maybe one day we'll pull it up on here and try to see if we could look at some of it, so some of you can get the reality of it. Is that we never stop fighting. So the construct in which we deal with the Abraham Lincoln story, it doesn't come in the reality that we didn't stop fighting. They had to make peace with us. Now, in a righteous people and in the interest of the children and the women, we'll take for the peace. But what was the mindset then? Because it's a way later on, it's a double way it's put into us. It's called boarding schools first. But the mindset of the people is not properly expressed in our daily uh, school systems and regular ways of life of how we see. So let me try to pull this up before I go too far into this, because there is some other things we're going to hit as well. So let me pull so I want to share this story with you because the question is, in the 1800s, there was still a mindset there and an understanding of certain things. And to get a clarity of what we're speaking on right now and the story, how it's like the swing of the pendulum, its synchronicity is a reality. That in one level, you have the Abraham Lincoln story, supposedly, and the people in Texas not knowing. And it'd been law for a while, for 5 years, and they didn't know. Whether it was 5 years, 3 years, something like that. And they didn't know. And so when they found out, you know, there's the day, the celebration of what we would call the Juneteenth celebration. Today, in the same synchronicity of life, but in a not the micro, but in the macro, in a greater level. Here you have the diaspora all crying about colonial governments don't recognize their traditional ways and the laws work against them and the economics and the natural resources all throughout the world. This is the cry in the diaspora. And yet they know not that the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the elect of the elect of God, the light of this world, the emperor of the empire of Ethiopia, declared and gave jurisdiction over us, emancipating us from under the Papa Bull jurisdiction. A claim that has not been countered by no one. You cannot find a diction that counters the claim of the King of Kings. Public record placed in the newspaper, no counter statement by any government agency or anyone. So now the people, unaware, are crying that no one has set nothing in place to help them. And we need this and we need that, and this is wrong and that is wrong. But yet, it been was in place. The strategical placement of it started even before His Majesty became emperor. The delegations under Empress attitude were overseen by His Majesty. Then we come into the 1930 where the Constitution of Ethiopia, of the Empire of Ethiopia, is made to reflect us. The Declaration hasn't been said yet, but the Constitution is being adjusted in 1930. In 1921, I believe it is, His Majesty said he had perfected a repatriation process for the diaspora to come back and assist in the development. 1930, he put us in the Constitution as the process was perfected completely now. 1935, His Imperial Majesty makes the declarative statement that he is our king and that he is the emperor of Africa, of all of Africa. So now the jurisdictional claim that the Papa Bull or the Pope claimed was now having a counter challenge. Now, what do the people choose? Do the people choose the King of Kings? Do they choose the redemption from their enslavement? Or do the people choose their enslavers' government, their enslavers' jurisdiction, not knowing that a decree had been issued and given on their behalf for their freedom? So they remained under the slave government, slave system, colonial system, thinking that that was all they had. See, that's the real Juneteenth. So we educate ourselves to strive from the benefits of the colonial system, but not educate ourselves to strategically move the strategy of liberation that came from the King of Kings. So we educate ourselves on how to be a nonprofits and so forth. But yes, you can be your own government and create a nonprofit to serve the people. But if you're just a nonprofit, but you're not recognizing what was given to you by the King of Kings, and you choose not to operate in your sovereignty under the jurisdiction of the Empire of Ethiopia, and you waive that position to operate under the system of enslavement. But then we cry that the system of enslavement is still racially biased. It's still this, it's still that, but that's what it was designed for. So do we come out of the slave ship? Do we remain lost at sea? Well, let's look at the mindset in 1800. Freedom Shores, Tunis Campbell, the Georgia Freedmen, tells the incredible story of Tunis Campbell, a northern abolitionist minister who heads south after the Civil War to help freed people in Georgia in 1866, Freedmen's Bureau Assistant Commissioner Rufus Saxton appointed Campbell superintendent of the Georgia Sea Islands. I read this story because it's my family. And I'll show you how close this history is and how much has been lost. This allowed Campbell to distribute 40-acre plots. So you remember the story, 40 acres and a mule. That meeting took place in Savannah, Georgia, in the 13th colony here. And the distribution of the 40 acres and a mule under the Freedmen's Bureau. And I'm going to do a backstory on that. I mean, there's still some research being done so that we can present the facts all the way through in and out on it. But I will give you a backstory on this. So let's go a little further. So the 40-acre plots to freed families under General Sherman's Field Order number 15, which encouraged the redistribution of 400,000 acres of land the government had confiscated from fleeing Confederates on land previously owned by some of the wealthiest slave owners in the United States. 425 Black families established one of the first experiments in post-war. So this is after the Civil War. This is after all that we're coming into where it's supposed to be the 40 acres in a mule. We're supposed to be free. They got the Freedmen's Bureau, and here we go. This is the first experiment in post-war Black self-determination. Now, this is part of our constitution in the Ethiopian World Federation. Self-determination. They attempt to sustain themselves. Now, listen to how the words say, they attempt to sustain themselves. And we're going to follow some backstories on it. By shifting their farms from producing mostly cash crops to food. They started schools, created democratic system of governance on the island with their own constitution, Congress, Supreme Court, and armed militia. Now, I asked you in the 1800s, what was their mindset? What was their mindset? Did they perceive that freedom meant we are going back under the colonial government? Or did freed to them mean free, liberated, self-governed, self-determination? Now, how did we get away from that? Now, if you go through the city of Savannah all the way down to Liberty County, you cannot find, well, you could probably find out of all of the Blacks in these areas, 2 people, maybe 2 to 3 people that can even say they heard there was a militia, a Supreme Court, their own government. And I'm not talking about a history that just right here, 1866. It continued on for a while. So how many of you ever heard that we had our own militias? There were 5 militias here in between the South, Savannah, Georgia, Southern Georgia, and Florida areas, going down into Jacksonville. This is why Harriet Tubman was sent from upstate New York down to Jacksonville, Florida, to ask them to become part of the Union. Did y'all know that? So when we talk about what was the mindset, and how did that mindset disappear? See, so once that mindset there disappears, the precept is that the destiny of a good future is within the system of your enslavement. You're not going to be able to sustain yourself. You're not going to be able to take care of yourself, or they're going to destroy what you try to do. This is Rosewood. This is Black Wall Street. See, there's many of those stories hidden, but they simplify it like we were just citizens building an economy. So they'll tell you about Black Wall Street. They'll tell you about Rosewood, but they won't tell you about the freedmen. Because they started their own government. Wasn't just economics. Wasn't just that we had storefronts and we were good business people with them and we were abiding citizens. No. So once that mindset is erased, now when the King of Kings comes and speaks liberation to the people, they can't hear it. Their mental has been put in a whole nother dimension. They sleep. It's like the black general speaking against Ibrahim Tory. How sleep do you have to be to not see what time it is? How deep can the program be woven that you would ignore the signs of the times and uphold the orders of your enslavers? Where is the virtue and the honor of your life? When you realize that, yes, I got a job and I was a mighty warrior or a soldier, but I wasn't here giving my principle of my life and the purpose of my life to an evil demise of what really is the choice of me doing what I did was to free my family. Why would I destroy the future of that for them to for what? To keep them in the system of racial apartheid within the economical developments and so forth. And the control structures are always woven to create a white interest that destroys us, poisons us, kills us, enslaves us, puts us back in prison. How could the spirit of the man who has been a father or a black man to see what goes on in this world not see the time? So in 1930, here is a black king, an emperor. He issues a decree. Now you've got multiple intellects around these times.
And which we'll review again today, international law was in the position of declaring the very thing that His Imperial Majesty was doing. So when we quote that we are speaking on everything from the Montevideo Convention, this is a 1930 charter being in place, 1934, 1933 to 1935. So the Montevideo Convention is being issued. His Majesty is a part of the League of Nations, and though he is aware of what's going on under the Montevideo Convention. 1935, His Majesty issues a decree, and it is published in a public newspaper. In Chicago, they pushing Ethiopian nationality. They're seeing it in the possibilities of law. And they're looking at His Majesty in life right now as an authority. Not in a religious, wishful, hopeful this, but they see it in the religious aspects as well. But they're declaring it under the principles of law. So even though Ross Cipher said, this is coming from me, but no, this was being uttered in the 1930s. This is what caused the riots in Chicago, was the brothers in them had done witness and realized this in the capacity of, we're not supposed to be under the jurisdiction of our enslavers. It's sacrilegious. It's blasphemy. We are supposed to achieve the self-determination, the liberation to give to our children. If otherwise, the same system that enslaved our grandparents, colonized them, we're handing that system down to our children and teaching them to be passive and contained within it. So we're not speaking about war, guns, and bombs like Israel and Iran and them are doing. His Majesty freed us under the aspects of His word with no war. The great peacemaker. His decree becomes our weapon of freedom. So we don't have to pick up guns and bombs and start risking the children's lives and so forth. His Majesty gave us a shield of defense. It is just that we, the Black peoples of the world, have never took the hand of His Majesty and held it as our defense. We have never stood in solidarity as one people based under the jurisdiction of the Empire of Ethiopia, that we are free from under the jurisdiction of the papal bull and all of those jurisprudences and so forth that are created That goes for the United States and all of them that are created as a superior law over us. We must be returned to our customary position in law. We must be allowed to govern ourselves. We must be allowed to govern ourselves. That's self-determination. So when we get to that mindset that was broken out of us, then what we call, and the only attribute I can always give it is how we view obtaining a certain value in life. And the understanding of that is when you're broken down to slavery and devalued and dehumaned, the only thing you want to do is obtain value. So your mind is obtaining the value to where you cannot be considered unhuman or considered not worth and treated a certain way. So now you're dictated into a process of fighting for value. And now the enslaver can dictate your mental state through that desire. It's a natural desire. So now it becomes, I'm going to manipulate you through your desire. So now, because you don't see your value, well, this is the thing. When His Imperial Majesty makes that decree and says he is our king, see, that's a value. You've been restored to a people. This is the soul's longing. See, so now you have a principle of value to stand on. Now your distinguishedness of how you represent that royalty within yourself, within your blessing as being a part of that. Now you're reestablishing your heritage, your legacy. But not in the matrix. So how many people knew that the freedmen's created their own government, Supreme Court, and so forth? Floor is open.
No, no, sir.
Okay. Now, I want you to pay attention to this name, Tunis Campbell. And we'll go one more spot. Hold on. I gotta find where I put it at. So what happens is in 1866, after they killed Abraham Lincoln and they closed the Freedmen's Bureau, they came back in and they started confiscating the lands back from the freedmen. So we were originally on St. Catherine's Island by Liberty County. That's actually where Tunis Campbell was at as well. And then many of our people dispersed. We were still on the other islands. We were on Defusky, we were on Skidaway Island, we were on all of the different island areas, but there were settlements in certain other areas, and that was one was St. Catherine's Island. And that was one of the first places where when they started reconfiscating the land back, that many of the plantation Europeans came and they wanted that land. So that land, after Abraham Lincoln and the Freedmen's Bureau was shut down and Abraham was killed, they came and moved. So a lot of the members of the communities went to places that we call Ossabaw Island as well as Skidaway Island.
And this is some history from Ossabaw. And as again, you see the name Tunis Campbell. My family's history comes directly off of Skidaway Island, St. Catherine's Island, and some of the main components you'll see out in the public about our community is coming from Ossabaw Island as well. The great cry of our people is land. If they can be protected, they will get on well enough. They want to be freeholders, landholders, and to hold office like white men. So a sheikh in Andrews Waters wrote to John W. Meagle, the superintendent of the Freedmen's Bureau for Ossabaw Island, informing him that the face of violent confrontation on December the 3rd, 1866, he had been unsuccessful in arresting a defendant charged with contempt of authority. Less than pleased, Magwell's orders Waters to arrest Mustafa Shah and bring him before him. And this you will not fail to execute at your peril. The following day, Waters, accompanied by John Mugen, reported to Miguel's office with a handful of witnesses to lend credence to his tale of woe. Lewis Benjamin, Thomas Bonds, as well as Benjamin Harris and George Savage had all been pressed into service to help in the arrest of one Mustafa Shah. According to their account, when the men arrived at the home of Robert Donegal or Delagal, they were met by Shaw, the brothers Robert and Lee Donegal, and Paul Brown, who had armed themselves with 3 guns. The witness says Shaw also took a Bowie knife and a pistol, and with his parties above armed and defied the said officers and threatened to kill the said officers. Waters and his deputies were driven back by threats of violence and showered in a hail of curses for all blacks on the Ossabaw who worked for white men, while Shaw and the company made good their escape. Why were Mustafa Shaw and Andrews Waters both former members of the U.S. colored troops on opposing sides of the law on Ossabaw Island within a year of mustering out of the Union Army? Defiant and in possession of service pistols, Shaw had served with the 33rd Infantry Regiment, and the fellow soldier Andrews Waters had mustered out of the 103rd Infantry Regiment in April of that year. Waters, who lived in Savannah, has secured and continued government employment by working on behalf of the Bureau of Refugee Freedmen's abandoned lands, henceforth Freedmen Bureaus, whereas Shaw, who resided on Ossabaw Island with Brown and the Delagal brothers, who clearly rejected such government service. David Bond, father of Lewis, James, Benjamin, William, and Thomas Bonds, and the elder of the Baptist Church on the said islands, gave testimony suggesting standing feud, noting that Shaw and the company had repeatedly threatened to kill Lewis Bonds. Wim McKeever, George Savage, and other persons on the said plantation on Ossabaw Island. The plantation in question was the middle place owned by Alexander McDonald. Bond had a long history of association with the land, as he declared himself the old colored man on McDonald's place. The present studies seek to recreate the historic outlines of the Ossabaw community by answering demographic, sociology, and economic questions about the island's life. In the 35 years of occupation by Black freedmen and women, my research is designed to analyze the process of settlement, community development, and institution building by the freedmen and women who lived on Ossabaw Island, Georgia, beginning in June 1865 through the end of the century. Part of the Golden Island situated off of the coast of Georgia, Ossabaw is roughly 20 miles south of Savannah. Acquired by John Morrow sometimes in the 1760s, the 26,000-acre island was bequeathed to Morrell's sons upon his death in 1776 and divided into 3 plantations, North End, Middle Place, South End. A subsequent division of the latter plantation upon the death of John Morrell resulted in the 1802 creation of Buckhead. At the beginning of Civil War, Brian McQueen Mora held title to North End. Alexander McDonald was in possession of Middle Place, and John and George Jones Collock owned South End. Mary Ann Morrell, daughter of John Morrell Jr., had inherited Buckhead, giving it to her daughter Mary Rutherford in 1806. William Scrine, who married Mary Rutherford in 1848, worked slaves on the island, as did Mary's second husband, Joseph T. Simmons, who was in possession of the land during the war. Close to 300 enslaved men and women called Ossabaw home in the decade before the war. Morrow, McDonald, Carlocks, and Simmons each held 60 plus slaves on Ossabaw. The greatest number belonged to Carlock, who in 1860 held 70 slaves at the South End. Sea Island, cotton and rice flourished in the rich soil of Ossabaw. Slaves also cultivated corn, potatoes, peas, and fruit trees. Hog and beef cattle were raised on the island as food for enslaved laborers and for sale to the mainland. Planters made supplement money selling wood from abundant oak trees on the island. If his peers followed Pollock's example, slaves on Ossabaw worked under the task system and supplemented their once weekly food rations with foodstuff from their gardens. At the close of the war, Middle Place, as well as other Ossabaw plantations, had been confiscated under Sherman's Special Field Order number 15. The redistributed in the spring and summer of 1865 to emancipated blacks in 10 to 40 acre allotments. These new landowners were soon to discover that the nation was reluctant to make good on the promise of General Sherman's order. Indeed, these former slaves, including former USCT soldiers, had taken up arms to fight for their freedom, found themselves engaged in another battle on Ossabaw, one to retain their newly acquired property. Having fought to transform the social and political landscape of the nation, these freedmen now found themselves aligned against the federal government, most of the white citizenry, and some follow fellow blacks as they sought to secure their hard-won freedom, manhood rights, and land. By May 1866, a white-owned agricultural firm, Fly Middleton and McGill, of which the bureau agent John W. McGill was part owner, operated a 300-acre plantation on the island, growing Sea Island cotton under a sharecropping system. Plantations were formally restored to their Confederate owners in January 1867, after being wrenched from the hands of the black men and women who had been awarded promissory title to the lands of Ossabaw during the spring of the summer of 1865. The armed resistance and violent curses of Mustafa Shah were but one response to what emancipated blacks understood as an assault on their hard-won freedom. For African Americans' goal of the Civil War was freedom, the complete destruction of slavery, and a chance to recreate their lives as, look what the word says, autonomous people. They sought the freedom to reunite and protect their families and to make their own way in the world. They weren't trying to be citizens. That wasn't the goal. And the thought process and the freedom of that and the reality of actually being able to step out of the jurisdiction was elusified because there was nowhere for us to go. There was no jurisdiction for us to be a part of other than the slave jurisdiction. We would just be a people lost at sea, a people with no nationality, a people who were not a people but were nothing. They had no soul because they had no connection to a land or to a nation. That's what they define as soulless. So this is where we talk about the Basilius and their claim for the throne right. And Ethiopia was the rightful holder. So even the claim of birthright that they try to sow bigotry say that they hold and that you don't hold, and this will give them the right. There it is in Ethiopia. So when His Imperial Majesty came with the seals of the jurisdiction, with the triple crown, and as the bearer of the rightful title of elect of God, rightful ruler, they know what King of Kings meant. They know what Lord of Lords means. But because of white domination in the world, even the very people, even the very people who His Imperial Majesty came to save, did not recognize He came to save. It became a religious doctrine that we placed on Jesus. And so we fantasized of Him coming back in the clouds, and we did not see His work in real life. Our God is the God of the living. That was the first thing I heard Rasta say. And not the dead. So why we don't look at His Majesty's living works for I and I? Right now, here in America, one of the greatest threats on many people is immigration laws and so forth. And they're getting out saying, oh, I done been building a life here. I don't got nothing back home. I ain't got nothing developed. If I go there, I'm going to suffer, and I have nothing, no one to help me. Well, all of this time when we've been building in the EWF, we've been pushing to the people to recognize it as a government given by the King of Kings, to the diaspora. So, yes, in the first episode of what we call the 1800s and coming into the early 1900s, the blacks of the world had no idea that there was a jurisdiction that could be equated with the papal bull. To them, there was a dominance of the popes right over the world. No one could contest that. And these Europeans had right of rule. And where were we going to go? We've been enslaved and brought into these lands. Where are we going to escape to? Africa don't accept us. Africa not free. It's been colonized. So where are we going to go? So people had no hope. There was no reality of how do you emancipate out of this system? But His Majesty had already envisioned emancipating us out of the system. When He said, He is our last hope. He is our King. A jurisdiction was placed over us. Now it was, do we accept this jurisdiction? Do we declare this as our jurisdiction? So now, not only is this jurisdiction doing a declaration on us, but this jurisdiction now issues a charter. So that we can create our own government under this jurisdiction.
But then many people walk past the charter. They choose the religion. And they walk past the charter. I heard Idrin the other day said, please everyone, and I agree with him. Let's support the Haile Selassie School in Jamaica. It is an institution given to us by His Majesty, and we should do best to upkeep it. And I was like, wow, those are the mighty words. Because the Ethiopian World Federation is a governmental institution given to us by His Imperial Majesty. And we should do our best to upkeep it and protect it. But the diaspora, they don't see the Ethiopian World Federation as the government of emancipation, as the government of freedom and liberation given to them by the King of Kings. They see the EWF as a Rastafari organization. And then the movement of it as a nationality under the Empire of Ethiopia, the movement of it as a diplomatic or governmental institution stops because then people perceive it under the religious aspect. And so you say religious, then people just think nonprofit aspect. So then they fail to see it as a customary law or like a tribal government because he's a king. His Majesty is our king. When you're under a king, what are you? What are your subdivisions under a king? So you have sub-kingdoms or queendoms. So those are tribal entities. So you would have chiefs. As in Ethiopia, they have chiefs. So now they just set up councils and the chiefs are on the councils and the chiefs and the councils hold a democratical structure. Same thing we have as a federation. So we're tribal, customary or law set up and chartered by the King of Kings. Now, if I go to a Native American community and I want to do some things and be part of them, they're going to issue me a charter. Same way. You go to study the United States government and you go to study Canada, and you'll find out they began with a charter issued by the royal family of England, a charter issued by the Pope, the Papal Bull. So the charters of governance and the charters that rule you, which one do you choose? Let's go to the next stage. Still sharing? Make sure it's sharing. Didn't share. Hold on. All right. Let's go to our
So let's learn some things about international law and certain registrations because we're witnessing to the drive right now for people to organize and create entities and organizations. Everyone wants to get to the certain nonprofit developments and religious organization developments. And here is the EWF, a charter government given to us with the Constitution by the King of Kings, the Emperor. In the United States, registration under what they call Foreign Agent Registration Act is required for individuals or entities that act as agents of foreign principles. So are you an agent of a foreign principle? The law is designed to ensure transparency in activities conducted on behalf of foreign governments, organizations, or individuals. Below are the key requirements for registering under FARA. Who needs to register? Individuals or entities must register under FARA if they act within the United States at the request or direct or control of a foreign principal and engage in activities such as political activities aimed at influencing U.S. government officials or publics regarding domestic or foreign policies, acting as public relations, consultants, information service employee, or political consultant on behalf of a foreign principal, representing the interests of a foreign government or political party, soliciting or distributing funds or things of value for a foreign principal. Foreign principals can include foreign governments or political parties, individuals, entities located outside of the U.S., organizations or corporations controlled or owned by foreign governments. What information must be prepared to register an agent must file the following forms of FAR registration. You have the NSD-1, which is a registration statement, provides information about the foreign principal, the nature of the agency's relationship, activities to be conducted, and compensation. Supplement statements, the NSD-2, require every 6 months after the initial registration, updating of the Department of Justice on activities, incomes, and disbursements. Copies of contracts, any written agreements with foreign principals must be filed. A report of any disbursements received from or provided to the foreign principal. Now that's for some of their inner age people here. Here it goes for us. Certain individuals and activities are exempt FAR registrations, including diplomats and consular officers, individuals engaged in religious, academic, scientific, fine arts activities that do not involve political activities, agents representing foreign private entities and purely commercial activities unless they engage in political lobbying. Timing of registration. Registration must be filed within 10 days of agreeing to act as an agent for a foreign principal. Penalties for non-compliance. Failure to comply with FAR registration requirements can result in criminal penalties, including fines, imprisonment, civil enforcement actions, and injunctions. Public disclosure. All documents filed under FARA are publicly available, ensuring transparency in foreign lobbying activities. For additional guidance or file under FARA, you may consult under a FARA registration unit in a department. What makes this very different for us? We'll get there. Factors. These include the legal systems in the countries involved, recognitions of royal or imperial titles, and specific circumstances surrounding the registration. Here's an overview of how such registrations might generally be approached, though it is important to recognize that this is a nuanced process and can vary significantly based on legal, historical, and political context. Clarify the nature of the jurisdiction. Determine the territory of the domain. First, it must be clear whether the jurisdiction refers to a physical territory, cultural, or historical claim, or an administrative law authority. Is the royal family or imperial throne claiming specific piece of and a city or symbolic jurisdiction over a population? All right, floor is open. Let's determine this. If we are dealing with this from our perspective, what would you determine is the territory that we're speaking on? Are we speaking on land? What are we speaking on? Are we speaking on cultural, historical? How are we defining this? And then what is the aspects and how we should speak about this? Floor is open. Somebody talk back to me.
Yes, family. I would say that it would really be a cultural and historical claim with an administrative legal authority. I think the physical territory, I don't think would be, in our context, would be too important. Well, it would be important in terms of having a land for, like as Shashamani is to claim. But I think really that the cultural and historical claim with an administrative legal authority would be the would be where we should concentrate our minds.
Yes. Yes. Perfect. Yes. Good point. Anyone else? Anyone else? If you agree, you can say you agree, explain how you feel. Anyone else? Okay. So yes, we come from customary cultural and a historical claim. And then when we speak about administrative legal authority, so if we were to measure administrative or legal authority, what would be our key in measure? What would be something that would be our key in measuring administrative and legal authority?
I would say the the legality of the Constitution.
Okay. All right. So when we speak on a charter issued by the authority of His Majesty as the King of Kings, as the Emperor of the Empire of Ethiopia, we then look for the legal coalitions in certain aspects that we could say the United States could not say they don't recognize the imperial throne of Ethiopia. For the treaties of the United States prove that they recognize the legal authority of the emperor, of the imperial throne. And then the Constitution also of Ethiopia is a second legal position. But when we go here, we recognize His Imperial Majesty, Emperor of Ethiopia, and we go through the treaty. So we know that on July 21st, 2/3 of the Senate consented to the ratification of the said treaty. So this is called self-executing treaty power. We went through this last week with the self-executing treaty power. So now we're looking at a legal authority that is derived and recognized under the imperial throne. So now the declaration of His Imperial Majesty as a legal authority is clear. So now we're talking about the Pope made a declaration that he had authority over us. The Europeans moved out on that. Now the King of Kings, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, makes a declaration that he is the king over us. Do we move out? Did we move out? So here you have what's called rights and privileges. So Dr. Malek Kubayan would have been recognized as an accredited diplomatic representative. And in this component, the treaty with Ethiopia, it gives another standing of ground. And this is what we've been trying to educate our people on. So now they have to really recognize on what level this stands. So let's look at the first stage. So let's look at the strategy. The key to this agreement is to do what? Further the purposes of the United Nations. Their peace and their unity is based on their agreement to further the purposes of the United Nations. Now, when we get into the United Nations, then we start getting into human rights. So it's now like, okay, you people had an agreement to inflict evil on the world. Now, you all need to burn to the ground for the evil you inflicted, but I'm going to give you a chance to make an agreement to allow the moral righteousness of life to be given to all people again, to restore it. So now you all agree under the Human Rights Declaration. So now the King of Kings is pushing the United States agenda to human rights. To human rights. So when we come under this treaty, because we as the EWF, as the members, we had failed to take our position and use the tools of defense that His Majesty had strategically in place for us. The EWF is incorporated in the United States. We've shown several times from this treaty that being incorporated in the United States was not a waiver of the sovereign reality that it upheld. It actually was a protection and agreement in the treaty. And so now, if the treaty's agreement is human rights, okay, today now people are learning all about history. and they're learning about the Kushite Empire, and they're learning about, listen, we were in this part of the world before Christopher Columbus. Many of our people are the indigenous peoples that were here in the United States and in the Americas. We were the traders amongst these lands. So now, when we start talking about human rights, we start talking about human rights, the protection of indigenous rights, the protection of people that were once colonized or enslaved to now have a right to what? Their own nationality, self-determination, to redefine. So now they're constrained by this agreement to bring this. But we're in distress about immigration laws right here because we have not learned to use the tools that were given to us. Now, even when we speak this and we talk about immigration laws, and we've shown this time and time again, we'll go back one time for this. We always talk about when we go through history, um, this is our elder, Baba Clyde Winters. Please go support him. He's on YouTube. He's got a lot of major things that's been put out there to reveal a lot of the hidden history. Please go support his platform. Baba Clyde Winters. So great historian, proving that this R1M173, which is this Kushite haplogroup, has been found in the indigenous peoples here in the Americas. So when we go through this history, or when we're speaking about this, there are blood lineages that were here in the Americas far before Christopher Columbus. So the native Black Americans were from Georgia to Florida, even into California. So there's a lot of history for that. The second part that we always go through for that is the Joktan and Yucatan. They're going to say no, but let me just put it right here. Hold on. Oh, it came up. So here we go, Joktan. Theories based on literature reading of Genesis 10 to 30, which states that Joktan's descendants migrated eastward, suggesting that Joktan is the progenitor of the East Asians and the indigenous peoples of America. Joktan, with the Yucatan Peninsula supposedly being named after Joktan. We know the J and the Y are interchangeable. We understand that verbs, sounds, we understand how these words go. We can see that Joktan and Yucatan. But what makes Joktan and Yucatan important is, again, we always go back to the Ethiopian King's List. On FS. Yeah, I was. So when we go to the Ethiopian King's List, we realize this Joktan is not just something that can be just passed by. We have to study it. We have to get a better understanding of it. Um, when we see it's a dynastic If we track this dynastic and we do certain history, we'll run into some fabulous realities about our history as a people. This takes us into the Moses story. This is why Joktan is very tied into when it goes into an Islamic history as well. But Joktan goes to an Ethiopian dynasty. We know from that. We also look at we always look at the maps that show that the ocean was originally called the Ethiopian Ocean, not the Atlantic Ocean. When we study those things, I know his brother got this video on this map here, which is very powerful, showing that the Ethiopians traveling to different islands all around, meeting, and they documenting, you know. So there's a lot of history, but one of the biggest things that we have to show is that when we start talking about jurisdiction, or we start talking about legalities, we're talking about the reality that Africa is humongous and that the United States is an island. It's an island compared to Africa. So when we read the histories of the Isles of the Kings to the lands in the West, we know that our ancient ancestors of the Kushite Ethiopian Empire documented that they were kings from the West to the East, and it included the Isles of the Ethiopian Ocean. So we're not in a foreign jurisdiction or a foreign land. This is why it's so important for us to speak our truth through Ethiopia. This is why it's so important us to hold the banner that His Imperial Majesty has given to us, because from there we can defend ourselves from all positions. We can help all indigenous people because they all fall under the empire of the Ethiopian Kushite Empire. Yes, sir. So as we journey into this, and again, we go to what we've reiterated last time was understanding the power in the EWF, the power that His Imperial Majesty has given us. So we say the Ethiopian World Federation, this is Article 7 of the Treaty of the United States, is a company, is a corporation that has been incorporated under the applicable laws of the United States. So this makes many people say, oh, that's what. No. The Treaty of Ethiopia with the United States protects this position of the corporations and companies being brought in under charters, under the constructs of the Empire of Ethiopia. So the laws and the regulations of either high contracting party shall have the jurisdiction recognized within the territory of the other high contracting party. As used in the present treaty, companies means corporations. The Ethiopian World Federation incorporated corporations, partnerships, companies, and other associations, whether or not with limited liability or whether or not for pecuniary profit. Nationals and companies of either high contracting party. So the Ethiopian World Federation is a company, a corporation chartered by the, the high contracting party of the empire, which we call Ethiopia. And it's in the United States. So this company of the Ethiopian high contracting party with the United States shall have free access to the courts of justice and administrative agencies within the territories of other high contracting party and in all degrees of jurisdiction, both in defense and pursuit of their rights, and to the end and prompt and impartial justice be done. Such access shall be allowed in any event upon the terms no less favorable than those applicable to nationals and companies of such high contracting parties of any third party country. So this is activating that you have certain rights right here in their country. You have a certain protection. You have protection. Now, what is this word here again? Let me see how many people paid attention last time. Juridical. This is in the treaty. Why is this word important? And what does it mean?
I think juridical would be giving you a legal foundation.
Okay. Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else? Juridical. All right, let's read this first sentence. Somebody just read to the word juridical or to recognize. No, just read the whole sentence then. Read the first sentence from number one. Somebody read.
I got it. It's constituted under the applicable laws and regulations of either high contracting party shall have their juridical status recognized within the territories of the other high contracting party.
All right. Okay. Right there. That's it. So their juridical status recognized. That's some deep stuff there. Now, anybody remember the key position why we went over this word and I showed this the last time? What was important about this? Because His Majesty had this put in the treaty, right? So this is put in the treaty with the United States. Somebody talk to me. Why was this important? Anybody remember what was a big step for what weighed this in so heavily? I help refresh your mind. All right. Somebody want to read where it says this article shall be drafted in the following terms, and let's get a little insight here so we can get this here.
This article shall be drafted in the following terms. All people should have the right of self-determination. Thus, self-determination as a right rather than a principle gained recognition and was reaffirmed as such in various United Nations resolutions. In 1960, the Declaration on Granting Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples proclaimed, all peoples have the right to self-determination. By virtue of that right, they freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. The two covenants on human rights, adopted by the General Assembly in 1966, also lay down the right of self-determination in identical terms. They further declare the states parties to the present in identical terms. They further declare the states parties to the present covenant, including those having responsibilities for the administration of non-self-governing and trust territories, shall promote the realization of the right of self-determination and shall respect that right in conformity with the provisions of the Charter of the United Nations. But these developments in the United Nations do not conclusively establish self-determination as a right in positive international law. Whatever legal force self-determination could derive in the future would be from the covenants on human rights when they come into force, and then too only between the parties to these instruments. Shall I continue?
Yes, go ahead.
Even in the covenants, the status of self-determination is not free from ambiguity. This right stands in a class by itself as compared to other substantive rights enumerated, in the sense that it applies to collectives and not to individuals, as in the case with all other economic and political rights. Self-determination can not be applied to individuals, but has been understood as being exercised either by whole peoples of a territory seeking freedom from colonial rule, or by substantial groups markedly distinguished from the remainder of the community in which they live by virtue of their physical characteristics, habitual language, religious belief, or political affiliations.
Okay. Now, just from that, what did you get out of that right there? What are you getting from that? It's a more, but go ahead. Just want to get your opinion right there. What are you hearing in this language?
Yeah, what I'm hearing there is that's the people is talking about the really races of people, and with language, with habitual language and their physical characteristics, will be describing different races. So it's doing away with the class system of racial.
Well, I'm talking about with the determination, the definitions. Like self-determination cannot be applied to individuals, but have been understood as being executed either by whole peoples of a territory seeking freedom from colonial rule, or by substantial groups markedly distinguished from the remainder of the community in which they live by virtue of their physical characteristics, habitual language, religious beliefs, or political affiliations. So let's just say you're in the UK, but your tribal association would be with blacks, and y'all have a distinct characteristics, habitual language, religious beliefs. political affiliations that are different. But self-determination coming in from colonialized people going into a structure to be self-determined, to be able to govern themselves. Now, that's a different component when it comes to the law and them getting the certain rights. So, if we can, let's read this next little bit. Next paragraph, that's all.
In order to establish self-determination as an effective right, it is necessary to reach a scientific and objective definition of the word peoples to which it is applicable. But no such definition has been given in the two covenants. Another anomaly is that the article on self-determination has been included in identical terms in both covenants, although these are clearly distinct from one another in their character. The Covenant on Civil and Political Rights recognizes certain rights as already existent and imposes upon states the legal obligation to enforce them, whereas the Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights may be defined as a promotional instrument which binds its signatories to take steps to achieve progressively the specified rights.
Okay. Now, intricately, the word says peoples. Like our Constitution says, we, the black peoples of the world. So now it's given us an intricate definition, right? And it says peoples. So it's multiple types of peoples. So now that gotta make you say, darn, they really had to think about our Constitution and be thinking about self-determination because they were playing with the language peoples. And you don't see the word peoples used regular because people is already plural. So to use peoples is a very determinative word. So we, the black peoples of the world. See, our Constitution is international law in a high degree, but we don't know. To which it is applicable, but no such definition has been given in two covenants. Another anomaly is that the article on self-determination has been included in identical term in both the covenants, although these are clearly distinct from one another in their character. The from covenant on civil and political rights recognizing certain rights are already existent and imposed upon states legal obligations to enforce them, whereas the covenant on economics, social, and cultural rights may be defined as promotional instruments which binds its signatories to take steps to achieve progressively the specified rights. In other words, it is recognized that the standards laid down are incapable of immediate implementation. So they're struggling with how they're going to implement self-determination as a part of human rights and hold the signatories obligable to it, or give them an obligation to enforce it. So it's a struggle to get to the language. Hold on. All right, so I don't know if we go to the next paragraph with this. So yeah, we're gonna start right here. Yeah, let's start right here. Someone else, if or Seafood Cipher, if you want to read, let's start right here. Let's go to this to get a clarity on this.
Okay. In the third committee of the General Assembly, the move for the inclusion of an article on the right of self-determination in the Human Rights Covenants was spearheaded by the Soviet Union and supported by the Afro-Asian countries. Since it was directed mainly against the colonial powers, they developed a clear trend that self-determination was applicable in these cases of non-self-governing territories only. In fact, many representatives who opposed the inclusion of the right of self-determination in the human rights covenants on the grounds that it would allow certain powerful nations to work for the disintegration of other nations by instigating artificial separatist movements within peoples united by mutual consent. They were told by the Afro-Asian spokesperson that self-determination did not imply the right of succession. Faced with the problem of powerful minorities demanding autonomy, these newly emerging countries were most vehement in denying that the right of secession was a corollary of the right of self-determination. They insisted that this right did not apply to minorities living within a state, since their interests were protected by the provisions on minorities in various international instruments. Thus, the representatives of Iraq declared that the right of self-determination applied to a people under foreign domination, whether it could be defined as a nation or not, but not to a separatist movement within a sovereign state. Iran also maintained that the right of self-determination must never be confused with the right of secession. Many of the Western powers opposed the inclusion of an article on self-determination in the covenants on the grounds that it was a political problem which would be tackled by political machinery rather than by a judicial body. They further argued that if self-determination were not to be recognized as a universal principle applicable to all peoples, but was to be interpreted as a right pertinent only to non-self-governing territories, it did not warrant inclusion in legal instruments such as covenants on human rights. The covenants were designed to lay down rights which were universally acceptable, while self-determination conformed to a colonial context was limited to situations recognized as being of a transitory character by chapters 9 and 11 of the United Nations Charter. This weighty argument forces supporters of the right of self-determination to accept it as a universal principle, thus adding a new dimension to the whole problem, the complexity of which was accurately summed up by the British representative in the third committee. The draft covenants were legal texts imposing definite obligations on states, and under Article 41 of the covenant, a complaint could be brought against them, states, before the Human Rights Committee. That committee consisted of 9 men. The covenant finally provides for 18, selected for their experience on human rights rather than of statesmanship, would then rule on claims which the states complained against had been unable to settle by patient statecraft. The claims would be many, for the right of self-determination meant, in essence, that any group which could be regarded as a people should be free to choose the government under which it wished to live. It would thus apply to all the many situations involving disputed territory. Claims by a group on one side of a border to be united to brethren on the other side, and claims by minorities. The concept of self-determination could not be whittled down to exclude minorities or groups wishing to secede. Its great force lay precisely in the fact that it was all-embracing. He therefore wondered, in view of the many areas of the world where questions involving the issue of self-determination arose or could arise, whether even states having no colonies were indeed prepared to face the consequences of assuming legal obligation to promote the right of self-determination within their borders. This issue failed to be resolved in the Third Committee of the General Assembly and in the Economic and Social Council, basically due to the political approach of most representatives, especially from the socialist and the Afro-Asian countries, which was not conducive to a solution within the legal context. Apart from the USSR and Yugoslavia, who accepted in principle the right of secession of a group within a sovereign state, no other member proclaimed itself in favor of this right. Neither was any attempt made to lay down a legal and scientific definition of the terms peoples. The Covenant on Human Rights, with their ambiguous article on the right of self-determination, were adopted in the General Assembly with the backing of the Afro-Asian, Latin American, and socialist states. Significantly, states which have expressed dissatisfaction with modern international law, which is largely a product of European state system of the last few centuries. However, a clearer concept of self-determination has emerged in the Special Committee on the Principles of International Law, which is essentially a legal body. By its terms of reference, the Special Committee's function is to formulate declarations on various principles which would not be legally binding, but which, combined with other instruments of legal validity, could contribute to the codification and progressive development of international law. In the Special Committee, it was generally agreed that the right of self-determination was directly relevant to the emancipation of colonial people, but it could not be limited to colonial situations. Hence, the need was recognized to define the criteria of applicability of this right. Its indiscriminate application could lead to the disruption of the international order. It is interesting to note that there was a broad agreement on the principle that the right of self-determination could not constitute a license for secession to disrupt the national unity and territorial integrity of sovereign states. But no agreement could be reached on how to balance the right of self-determination as a universal principle with the maintenance of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of states. The Afro-Asians, more apprehensive of demands for secession by national minorities, were suspicious of any reference to self-determination in the context of national states. But in the colonial context, they demanded that the colonial rule be declared illegal, that people under colonial domination be authorized to use force and to invite outside help to secure self-determination, and that colonial powers be prohibited from using force against subjugated colonies. On the other hand, the Western powers, chiefly the United States and Britain, insisted that self-determination be applied not only to a colony, a non-self-governing territory, a trust territory, a zone of military occupation, but also to a territory which is geographically distinct, ethnically or culturally diverse from the remainder of the territory of the state administering it. But in the proposals which they submitted, these powers added that states enjoying full sovereignty and independence and possessed of a representative government effectively functioning as with respect to all distinct peoples within their territory shall be considered to be conducting themselves in conformity with this principle as regards to those peoples. The Afro-Asian members of the Special Committee opposed the inclusion of this article because they feared that even these provisions in an international instrument would encourage secessionist movements. The Special Committee has yet to resolve this dilemma, but the given strength of the Afro-Asian opposition to the proposal that the right of self-determination be specifically defined as being applicable in the national context, it seems unlikely that an article along such lines would be included in draft declaration. United Nations practice has been to limit the scope of this right. Thus, in the Congo crisis of 1960, no consideration was given whatsoever to the Katangese claim to self-determination. Even the Afro-Asian world has tended to accept the colonies which have emerged as international personalities as a fait accompli, and has not questioned their legal status, though they were arbitrarily carved out. Self-determination has been taken to apply to political units which constituted colonies, and it has been understood that once this right has been exercised by the inhabitants of a colony at the time of the departure of the colonial ruler, it is not considered feasible to grant it to smaller units within that framework. This has been borne out by the absence of Afro-Asian sympathy for Morocco's claim to Mauritania's, Iraq's claim to Kuwait, and Biafra's efforts to secede from the Nigerian Federation. This leads to the conclusion that self-determination in international law is viewed to be synonymous with the right of non-self-governing territories to independence. Such territories can be distinguished by virtue to their being geographically and racially distinct from the metropolitan country which governs them, but with which these territories do not share political power. If international law were to go beyond this and recognize the right of self-determination as transcending legally established international boundaries, it would undermine the stability of the international order by placing it in a perpetual state of flux. It would also destroy the premise on which the international law operates, viz., respect for the national unity and territorial integrity of states. This has led to the following observation by a writer on international law. Self-determination refers to the right of the majority within a generally accepted political unit to the exercise of power. In other words, it is necessary to start with stable boundaries and to permit political changes within them. Furthermore, self-determination is a political principle, and even if it is given a legal garb by being incorporated into legal instruments, it would be difficult to enforce it as a legal right, and it is doubtful whether a judicial body would agree to adjudicate an issue purely on the basis of this right. The attitude of the International Court of Justice in case concerning the right of passage over Indian territory is most revealing. Among other actions to justify its conduct in impeding Portuguese passage over Indian territory, India advanced a claim of the right of self-determination of the population of the Portuguese enclaves. In its final submission, Portugal specifically asked the court inter alia to hold that the arguments of India set out above under A, B, and C are without foundation. B, related to the application of the provision of the United Nations Charter relating to human rights and the right of self-determination of peoples. But the court circumvented this fundamental question by declaring that it is no part of the judicial function of the court to declare in the operative part of its judgment that any of those arguments is or is not well founded.
Now, when you go through the dialogues of what they're calling self-determination and what they're battling to get a clarity on, the language comes to a component is that to enforce the law, there has to be some way to enforce it in a state and to hold the state obligation. And the only way is that a state has to enter into a contractual agreement. A state has to enter into a contractual agreement to say that they are obligated for that. So when these things were going on, the states were in avoidance of getting into the dialogue of it, but they did in somewhat, but they tried to use it in a limited capacity. But if you listen to one of the components in what Cypher read, I meant to go back to that too, was that one of the keys is you have to be operating in almost your own governmental capacity. You have to have set up that process. And so from there, then when you declare self-determination, it's not really a question. Now it's not just self-determination, it's other elements that you have to have inclusive to make the court say that they won't go around self-determination, but as the author was trying to lead you, you're gonna have to have other bases of grounds. So what would be other bases of grounds? So let's just start first with this self-determination here. Is our first key is His Majesty has already given us a constitution. So we have a chartered constitution. So we're standing on that self-determination. Now, standing on that self-determination, but we already are a chartered entity. And under the treaty with the United States, now speaking from the United States aspect, where you do remember in the first article is to further the purpose of the United Nations. So we're talking about the Declaration of the Human Rights and Self-Determination being put into that. So now this is part of the treaty. But what makes this go to the next level is here in the United States, they had 2/3 results in the ratification of it. So this was ratified in the United States by a 2/3 ratification.
You're talking about the treaty between Ethiopia and America.
Yes. So the United States did a 2/3 ratification on it. Now, let me show you what that means.
Yeah, is that referring to the Ethiopian treaty, the agreement with Ethiopia?
Yes, yes. Ethiopia and the United States entered into a treaty.
Yeah.
It's ratified by a 2/3 vote. So should have something here where they do 2/3. Hold on, let me just put it in. In the United States, a treaty becomes self-executing, meaning it can be directly enforced by courts after it is ratified by a 2/3 majority of the Senate. So, a lot of times things happen and people try to bring it up, and the courts will say, well, look, sounds good, but You need some law to back that up. You need to take that to legislation. They got to enforce that in law before I could do anything. So what happens is you have to know how to explain to them that now you don't have to because it's a two-third ratification vote, and that you're operating in your official capacity as a corporate, as a part of a governmental corporation, international governmental, in your governmental organization, what is incorporated in the United States to do business and to organize itself with this juridical authority. And because it was a two-thirds ratification, which here it is here, in the United States, the treaty becomes self-executing, meaning it can be directly enforced by courts after it is ratified by a two-thirds majority of the Senate and then proclaimed by the president. This process outlined in the Constitution Treaty Clause gives treaties the force of federal law. Okay? It gives treaties the force of federal law. So a treaty with the two-thirds ratification, and inside the treaty, a corporation, a company, the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated, is contracted in a protection to their juridical status, and the contract is to protect and further human rights. So if these members stand on their self-determination as members of the Empire of Ethiopia because they've joined the organization. So they took a step way beyond just a declaration of self-determination. They've fallen under the charter. See, it's different than just being a people out in the wild or just somewhere in a city of New York or somewhere you just say, well, I'm this people and this and that. We're talking about the emperor of Ethiopia, the empire of Ethiopia. And you're returning to that empire. You were captive under another empire, and you're returning to that empire. See, this is a different and distinct reality. So it's not just a chant of self-determination. You're returning back to an operative governmental body. You're being restored to your customary position under the King of Kings. I'm going to show this one more time before I close it out. The force of federal law. A two-thirds ratification. The supreme law of the land is international laws, treaties, contracts. A two-thirds for a treaty to be ratified by a two-thirds majority of the Senate present must vote in favor of it. This is what the treaty with Ethiopia, the Treaty of Economics, received. So let's go back, let's look at it. Okay. Title, the Treaty of Amity and Economic Relations between the United States of America and Ethiopia. Again, further the purposes of the United Nations rights, privileges, exemptions, immunities, shall have their juridical yes, it is covering as well. Let's see. Relating to judicial proceedings and administration of law. The liberty to administer law, to govern yourselves, to abide under your constitution. Jurisprudence is the study based on the science of law. The study is not based on any particular statute or any rule, but of law in general. Its principles and several concepts. The primary aim of interpretation is to discover the real intention of legislature. What's the real intention of legislation that you're under right now? Should you be transferring to a new jurisprudence, which you know the legislation of that body is for your liberation, is to bring you from under your enslaver and your colonizer? So the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated is in development of its international juridical administration and civil and criminal procedures. So it's setting up its court system. But we're also in collective partnership to make this Interpol, our own international body connected with the state of the African diaspora. So here we have codes of authority going back to the emperor and the constitution of Ethiopia. The beginning of our thing starts with the constitution of Ethiopia. It enters into the principles in the constitution of the Ethiopian World Federation, as well as human rights. So we have a codex of development to govern our people and to have a foundation to build a better system. So we're still looking for brothers and sisters with the minds of a righteous system, to help govern our people, to help us understand the traumas and the mental illness that we will be dealing with as we bring our people together in a collective aspect. Everybody's not healed. Everybody's still hurt, angry, got trust issues. How do we govern these things? How do we balance these things? How do we create jobs and avenues for them to help them be free and independent and not dependent? So we need wise minds to come together in the development of the changes. When we speak about customary law and we speak about uniting with the kingdoms and queendoms of Africa, and we speak about His Imperial Majesty being Emperor, King, Emperor of all of Africa, and King of all Negroes around the world.
Ready, Russ?
Let me scroll this and we're going to come right back. King in Congo. Another king, royal families in Congo. Royal Queen of Congo. Another royal king of Congo. The Queen Ya. King Samini. The Queens of Congo. The King of Uganda. King of Uganda. The Queen of Ghana. The Queen of Ghana. A Queen of Ghana. A King of Nigeria. Queen in Nigeria. King in Niger. The King of the Ivory Coast. A king in South Kenya. Mumi, well, regular Kenya. Eastern. The Prince of Ethiopia. A king of Burkina Faso. A queen of South Africa, princess. A princess of Swaziland. A queen of Senegal. The king of Angola. The king of Togo. The king of Benin. The princess of Martinique, the Benin. The king of Chad. The king of Egypt. The king of Somalia. Chief of Nambia. King of Cameroon. Princess of Cameroon. King of Cameroon. Chief of Cameroon. King of Gabon. Prince of Gabon. And so many more. So when we speak of customary law, international law, and we look at the king's list of Ethiopia, and we see how even under the queens of Sheba, the reign queens, the royal lineage spread out through Africa. So when we see all of these royal lineages, all the way even up into Persia area, we know that they know the ancient history of that Kushite Ethiopian lineage that ties them all together.
But under the Papa Bull, under the Berlin Conference, borders and boundaries was created to separate families, to erase the stories of their connections, force them into holding only thoughts of division, separatists. But the echoes of those stories of oneness still reign out. Even when we look at the flags of Africa through their points of liberation, we see the red, gold, and green. We know that this is the language of oneness. And now that must reflect in we, the diaspora. There's a solidarity point that has been given to us to go around all of our divisions. The Ethiopian World Federation is not based on religion. The Ethiopian World Federation is not based on if you're American, Caribbean, Africa, in Europe. If you are we, the Black peoples of the world, wherever you are, the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, emancipated you on the real Juneteenth, June 15th, 1935. Then gave you a charter of government, constitution. Then gave you a flag and the land to establish yourself as a living entity of the empire of Ethiopia. Now the story has been woven to where the land Shashamani is gifted to the Rastafari. But the truth that the land of Shashamani was gifted to the Ethiopian World Federation. And the Ethiopian World Federation represents we, the Black peoples of the world. Not a religion, but we, the Black peoples of the world. The floor is open. The floor is open. We won't be going too much longer. We're going to watch a little clip out of video and then we're going to close out. The floor is open.
Yes, I. So I want to say happy Juneteenth to everybody. This is our gift to the indigenous peoples of the world. This is our gift to all the people that His Majesty is set out for. So I hope people get this message and would seek how they can find a place and do their part to establish this kingdom within this empire. This is wonderful information, factual. It's being shown. It can be cited. If anybody needs any information, please reach out to us. Let us know. We'll be honored to help you. We'll be honored to have you join. We're honored to have you seek how you can work with us and seek how you can learn more about international law and the extent of your sovereignty with the King of Kings as an Ethiopian of the ancient Ethiopian Kushite Empire. Yes, I. Yes, I.
Yes, Farah. Minister Lazarus, yeah, I would wonder where I see the King of Kings over the head of all of those kingdoms. Are they prepared to work and are unaware of the Constitution, what as the eye is presenting it? You know, all of these kings and queens of the kings and queendom, are they aware of the scope of the I's deliverance of the Constitution and its full meaning to those people?
Well, in the limited language that I could speak, yes, we're working through and educating because many of the kingdoms and queendoms are fighting for the return of their own land. They're diasporians as well because the colonial borders have severed the kingdoms and queendoms and taken land away from them. And they're still being controlled by outside colonial influences. So our fight is their fight is our fight. And as we learn that the edict or the decree given by His Majesty does not just aid us in the diaspora or just us in America, but he is the emperor of all of Africa, thereby overruling the Berlin Conference as just as much as overruling the jurisdiction of the Papa Bull. So that overruling helps those in Africa that are in contestation of reestablishing their ancient kingdoms and the borders or the rightful places of the sacred lands that they use. You know, Africa was border free. They traveled amongst each other. They're looking for that reality again, you know. So, you know, that's the chant in the land at this time. So I think that's about as much as I could say on that. But there are steps being made, and some don't want to disclose their steps at this time. Yes.
Yes, I give thanks. It's very powerful, Russ. It's very powerful, you know. And it's a great insight. I tell you, it really, you know, because that is the key, traditional rulership. You know, I've had that is something which is, you know, is certainly a vision that I've had manifest, but the eye is, you know, has got the ability to interpret it in reality, you know, in a palpable form, you know. So I give thanks, Russ, really. And it's given me inspiration as well, you know, Russ. Yeah,
It's our time for unity, our time for oneness, our time for creating a sustainable economy that empowers the diaspora as well as Africa, as well as all indigenous people. For we once had a great trade amongst the world. You know, the indigenous peoples of the world traded together. We ran mines together. Um, you know, before European invasion, these were the things that were found all around the world. And that's why things that were in America you could find in Africa, things that were in Africa you could find in America. Throughout Georgia, there are so many trees that are African identified trees. You understand? So if they're growing in abundance here, who was bringing those and, you know, in planting them and for them to be the sizes or whatever they are now, you would say, wow, somebody had to plant them a long time ago and they had to been thinking about development, you know. So there's a lot of things in the past that we have been left to forgotten, you know, and they're coming back. And those are the things His Majesty set free for all of us. Because if Ethiopia had fallen, if His Majesty had not pushed the steps in international law that he did, the world that we know it, or the things that we've progressed to believe that we could enhancedly obtain in life, would not be our dream and vision. We would be dealing with captivity at the same next level, you know, and we have to keep reminding people to remember that. It's not to take from none of our leaders or teachers or any of the great ones that came, but the battle of Ethiopia and that battle in international law and the battle of His Majesty to keep pushing forward for the establishment of more the morality back in international law is the precedent in which gave us everything. If he had not been of his diligent character, I mean, we see and it's growing right now, is where we see the face of racism roar out more and more. And that's because they sense the reality that they thought that they were creating folding in, because it had no foundation. It was built on sands, you know? And so, that house built on sands, we already know what happens. It's washed away. So as the hands of times and flow of the cosmic changes and forces come, their reality is being washed away. And they're yelling out and they're screaming, and they're just like a dying person. They'll try to grab hold of you and pull you under with them. But that reality is over with. The cosmic forces have spoken. See, and His Majesty has prepared us and gave us a place to govern ourselves as we come out of the lands of the sinking sands. It's not about the science of time, but when we speak of time, when they talk about the ebb and flow, no one can stop the time. We're talking about that time of judgment, in a sense, that time of those cycles and times, and that what you're building, that force, that cycle of time, that judgment of time will come around and will judge it, and they can't escape it. And this is what's going on. So we should be more confident and vigilant in everything that we stand for. We should become, the keepers of a haven of knowledge to protect the people. For His Majesty said, education is the greatest thing. And so we must use education, the good news, the spreading of the good news, to educate the people so that we may stand as a collective force. Yes, it will take us to stand as a collective force, to stand in solidarity, showing that we are a true living governmental body. That is one of the keys for self-determination to have an effect. And then it's not that you're coming and arguing on self-determination, but on the protection of your rights. And that's where the Montevideo Convention comes in. Protection of your rights as a state, as a nation. And so then from there, your operatives, the people that are working under you or working in that system, they are working in their official capacity. So then they have protections. So that means everyone that's here from the Caribbean, from the islands, that are EWF members, that are Rastafari people, that are so far His Majesty has given them the protection to avoid the chaos of immigration's attacks and so forth. That protection was already put there. Now it's just on us educating ourselves and learning to acknowledge it. So we testify not of ourselves, but of the works of His Imperial Majesty.
Brady, Russ?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, one thing in terms of the science, which I translate everything into the science, is that we're coming to the time, we're coming through we're coming into the age of Aquarius now. we're in the beginning stages of it. And when we come out of that, we're going to go into the stages of, which is the Num. Num was the original created water, Num, the waters of Num. And that is the symbol of that is the yak. The symbol, if you look at the symbol on the zodiac in that house, which is Capricorn or Num, is a yak. Well, the yak comes from the Yucatan Peninsula. You don't see them anywhere other than South America, the yak. and the yak is got a anatomical structure, you know, as a camel. Even though it's a smaller animal, it's got two stomachs like a camel. It's like a small camel.
Yeah, yeah.
And that is the yeah, that so I found that very interesting. And why I say that is because if you go back to Ezekiel in chapter 13, where he talks about in chapter 8, verse 13, where he talks about he's looking down, he's in Babylon, and he's looking down at the ancients of Israel, and they're in and he's looking through the wall, and so that he's looking down into Azania, and he's saying that they're committing abominations. And what he says is that they're turning their back towards the temple and praying to the east. So nobody really makes much of that, you know. And if you try to read any commentary on it, it's quite difficult how they try and explain it. But really, what it is that the West you shouldn't be facing the sun. You should be following. You should be moving with the sun, following the sun to the west, and the West is the ancient land of America, or what we call the Americas now, or the continent of America. But that was the ancient land, I believe. And because as well, the Olmec calendar is 5,530 years. And it was then they said that in 2000, and that was supposed to end at 2012, as is said with the Mayan calendar. You know, the Mayan calendar is based on the Olmec calendar because that is the older knowledge. So the 5,530 years is in perfect line actually with the Ethiopian calendar, because they say that it's what they call the Emetafida, the 5,500 years from creation, what they call from the creation of the world, even though we've said it's not the actual creation of the world, but they use it as the creation of the world to the time of year zero, which is, they say, is the birth of Christ, which is the birthday of the world. It's not really the birthday of Christ. It is the birth of Christ, but really it's the birthday of the world. So that link between the ancient Olmecs and Ethiopia is there in the calendar. And I didn't show you last week, but I can show you actually that is only when you said to me, as we was closing up, you said, well, there is no Solomon and there's no David really in the Bible. And I said, well, there is a Solomon. He's at 3,244 BC. And that is and it's Solomon, not Solomon, it's Solimon, Solimon. Solomon Tehagui, that's his name. Well, he's at 3,244. Well, from His Majesty's, that's 5,500 years from which the church is claiming is 5,500 BC and finishing at year zero. I don't think it. I think that's a anachronism, because if you take 5,500 years from when His Majesty made the Ethiopian Church autocephalous in 1952 of the Ethiopian calendar, and measure back 5,500 years from there, it takes you just above the kings of King Solomon, where you see King Solomon in that, or you'll see a Solomon in the Ethiopian king list. But it takes you about 200 years before it to a king called Ho-Geb. Geb being the god, you know, Geb being the earth man, the god of the earth. And his reign is at 3,500, around 3,500, 3,600. He's the only one in the Ethiopian king list who rules for 100 years. And the one who rules prior to him rules for 72 years, and the one who rules after him rules for 70 years. Well, those three measures, 70 years, 100 years, and 72 years, are the golden triangle of the Ark of the Covenant, which is coming from the Shabaka stone. So this is where the Ameta feeder really is. And I think that is where His Majesty directed us to. That is the Temple of Light. And Solomon there is 200 years before it. So this is where the calendar of the Ethiopia and the calendar of the Olmecs, one, they're in unison, and as they recognize 2012 as the end of the world, but not as the end of the world, as end of the cycle, the end of that 5,500 year cycle. They made it 5,530 years. The Olmec calendar is 5,530 years. And if you read the Ethiopian list, you see that the King Ori, he actually reigned for 16 years. So it's 4,470 years plus 60 years of his rule takes him to 4,530. So then where does the millennium come from in the Ethiopian calendar? Because there's a millennium uncounted for. Well, the millennium is the void at the creation of the earth. And millennium is Yeshi in Ethiopia. And that's where His Majesty's mother is called Yeshimabet, which means Lady of 1,000 Ladies. So, that kind of just ties that up. And I didn't say that last week, but I just wanted to bring that, make the item aware of that correlation from His Majesty's 1952 of making the church autocephalous, and the Ameta feeder actually fitting His Majesty, not fitting the story of Jesus Christ. It doesn't fit, although it does go to, they have got that measurement and they've put it down to the beginning, to the birthday of the world, which is year zero, 26,000 year zero, which is the BC AD fulcrum of the earth, Yeah, so I wanted to just bring that in, and I think it just fits in perfectly with the idea of the Yucatan Peninsula and the rebirth, or the regurgitation of the history coming out of America, or what we call the Americas now, that they're realizing that we are the indigenous people from there also. So I give thanks. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Floor is open. Floor is open. Okay, let's go to this video real quick. Pull it up.
While you're looking for that, Russ, I'll just continue to say that what was it going to say? Oh yeah, the Mayan calendar or the Olmec calendar said that the 2012 would be coming to the end of the time. Well, that is 2012. 2012 is 2020 of the Gregorian, reckoning as we have it. Well, in 2020 there was a total eclipse of the sun.
Yes, sir.
There was a total eclipse of the sun at 2020, right over the Kidos Georgis Church at Lalibela. There was a eclipse of the sun directly above the church of Lalibela in Ethiopia. So that was the actual end of the cycle there, and that goes back to the Shabaka stone, which is 17,300 BC, which gives us 19,320 BC. 19,320 years. It's a cycle, and that is what that 19,320 years actually gives you the direct order of magnitude of the lunar cycle being 19. They've got it at 19.458 years or something from the Metonic cycle of the Greeks, but it's actually 19,320, which would be 19.342. So that is the actual eclipse at that time, gives us the distinct marker of that length of time of the lunar cycle. Yes, sir. Give thanks.
Yes, sir.
Or to acknowledge this reality, and that is that we are functioning in a hostile white supremacist environment. That's a fact of life that we face every day. Well, why don't you black people stop crying? Why don't you you're always complaining? I live in a hostile environment. I didn't create it, I didn't ask for it, and I want it to be that way. But I live in an environment where everything, every day, tells me that this is a white supremacist society. It emphasizes it in every way, every subtle and not so subtle ways. Now, although we have the potential to once again become the most powerful people on the earth, yes, we do. You must believe that about us. We are yet fragmented and powerless. And we're only still fragmented and powerless because we have not come to internalize the belief that we are to be the head and not the tail. Once we internalize it, as the Honorable Marcus Garvey taught us, peace be upon him, once we get to know ourselves, know that in us is a sovereign power and an authority that is absolute, he said it would only take 24 hours. And we'd be back in control of things again. So it's a mind thing we're dealing with here. It's a spiritual journey we have to complete. And they can't do nothing about it. Bombs, laser, nothing. You cannot stop an idea whose time has come. And things have come full circle. And I know that the white man is not God. Therefore, he cannot stop God. And this is the will of God, but whatever name you want to call the divine intelligence, this is the will that is being manifested in the world today. We must just come up and measure up and live up to our divine calling. Nobody else's standard. You know what that divine calling is. Don't nobody have to come and tell you. It's in your heart. You feel it every day. You might not be quite sure what it is, and you may not be able to articulate it like some of us, but you know it's there in your soul. You know that you were called for something better than this. And you sense that your time has come. We got soldiers out in the street knowing they're supposed to fight, but not knowing who they're supposed to fight. But they have come for this time because we need an army. Now it's our job to go get that army and redirect it. That's the challenge to us. Don't let them make you scared of our own children. You can't deal with your own children. That is our army. Let's go get it. Let's redirect it. That's what before us. All right, let me hush now. I'm going to make somebody mad now. I call upon a witness. Call upon the witness of an ancestor, El Hajj Malik El Shabazz, Brother Malcolm, whose spirit is all over this city. You can't go nowhere here without feeling the presence of Malcolm. And he said that we're not catching hell because we're Christians or Muslims or anything else. He said we're catching hell here because we're black folks living in a basically white supremacist society. That's what he said in essence. Not in those words, but that is what he said. Therefore, if that's why we're catching hell and not getting all we're supposed to get out of life, we can now not in turn around and use the same standard, judgmental standard, on one another that our enemy uses on us. He said we were heathens. He said we were worshiping the wrong gods, and he needed to introduce us to God. And to do that, he had to rape us. He had to beat us. He had to castrate us, and he had to enslave us to introduce us to God. That was his view of it. And you've heard me say before, he didn't have nothing we needed. Columbus or none of them. But that's another story. He also went on to tell us, or we go on to find out, that we are denied access to the fruits of America. And I use that term. I don't even like the word, but I'm just using it out of convenience. Because the white man fears us. The man lives out of fear. Now listen now. I'm not just standing here as a wild-eyed militant, although I am militant. I am a separatist. I am a black nationalist freedom fighter. I don't apologize for that. I'm not telling you what you should be. I'm just letting you know what kind of person's talking to you right now. But the thing is, the man's history shows that he's always operated out of fear. If you don't want to take my word, go read the book, The Iceman Inheritance by Michael Bradley. It's totally based on fear. So much so that in the book that is supposed to be most sacred to him, which he mistranslated and plagiarized, the Bible, he uses the term fear God and give glory to him instead of love God and reverence God and give glory to him. So that shows you where his psyche is. You don't fear your creator. You love your creator. You reverence your creator. But to him, you're supposed to cringe before your God, and everything else is supposed to cringe before him. That is his concept. And Malcolm once again said, if he didn't fear you, he wouldn't gang up on you. In the Rodney King incident, you know what they say? Scared. He are 6 men armed. Talking about they scared of this man. They got down on the ground. They have beat down. Afraid of him. That's what Dr. Wilson said. Afraid of his genetic annihilation. Now, what you gonna do with somebody motivated by that kind of state of mind? You've tried everything under the sun. You taught him the religion of Asa and Aset. You taught him Buddhism. You taught him Judaism. You taught him Christianity. You taught him Islam. You taught him everything, and it still don't make a difference. The man is scared. Scared people are dangerous people to be around. Ku Klux Klan would come. They wouldn't take you on one by one. No. What'd they do? They come in groups. But thank God one day the Spirit fell on a group of brothers who shaved their heads and strung bullets all across their chest. Klan came one night chasing one brother up in the house and gonna try to pull him out, and they came out the outhouse, out the trees and out the bushes, and declared themselves servants of the Lord, true angels of God, the deacons for defense and justice. And then the Klan had to go on the ground for a while. We need some more deacons. True deacons. And they out there, we just got to get them. Now, it is not our intent here tonight to attack, and I have to make these statements and lay the groundwork, or promote anyone's personal belief system. I'm not promoting a belief system. I'm not attacking anyone's belief system. I am merely dealing with historical fact. I'm approaching it from an historical point of view. That's all. I'm not trying to make you give up your Jesus or anything else you may be holding to that you feel is necessary for you. And I say this because oftentimes black people will listen to you if what you are saying does not fit into the perimeters of what their beliefs are. And you know, brothers and sisters, when you do that, this is what you're saying. And you're saying in essence that you don't want to learn anything that you do not already know. When you do that, which means you can never grow. You can never expand. Okay, you still with me? We got to keep an open mind with one another. We have to do that in order to expand our consciousness. We cannot limit ourselves in our thinking. We have 14 to 20 billion brain cells, each one of them capable of receiving, recording, retaining, storing, and recalling knowledge. 14 to 20 billion. That's the greatest gift you could ever have been given, was your mind. You may not be able to control much of anything else in the world, but the one thing you can control if you so desire is your what? Your mind. Now, in order for it to grow and be all that it can be for you, you must keep it open and you must allow your consciousness to expand, because we have to collectively transcend the plantation theology that has been imposed upon us ever since we've been here. I don't care what you have learned. Most of it has been learned in the context of white supremacy and a Eurocentric worldview. Now, you got to deal with that reality first before you can get down to the meat of anything that you're into. Now, let me, for just a moment, define my personal religious philosophy, because people will be saying, well, what is you then? Is you Muslim? Yes. You Christian? Yes. You a Khan? Certainly. Yoruba? Yes, I am. Buddhist? Yeah. Well, you're confused. No, I'm not. I'm perfectly happy with it. And I get the connection I need with the Creator, and that's what I'll be after. What I have to read from the New African Creed, Article 1, when it says, I believe in the spirituality, the humanity, and genius of black people, and in our new pursuit of these values. That's what I believe in. And I believe, as the Honorable Marcus Garvey, one aim, one God, one destiny. Call it what you will. So if you just got to know, and you got to give me a title of some kind to define it, say he's a new African spiritualist, which means I'm a born-again African who is a spiritual person. One more thing before we get into the subject. So you've been talking this long, we ain't got to the subject yet? I must state a historical reality on the African origin of Christianity, first of all. Not that I'm favoring Christianity. I want to make that clear, since we're going to be talking about that a lot tonight. I'm going to quote from that prolific writer and scholar, Professor Joel A. Rogers, and he says, it was the Negro, that's the term they used back then, we'll say it was the black man or the African, who originated not only religion, but Christianity as well. Wow. The fact is significant because no matter what some may think about religion, it was the source from which came all our learning, art, science, and culture in general. And Sister Rosalind Jeffries has done a very beautiful job with that in her scholarly papers in the Journal of African Civilization edition, what is it, Black Women of Antiquity, which I quoted from so heavily, Sister Kennedy, in African Woman, the Original Guardian Angel. You wrote most of that book for me, Sister Rosalind, and I appreciate it. Dr. George G.M. James tells us in Stolen Legacy, he says just here on page 40, it would be well to mention that all the great leaders, what? All. Of the great religions of antiquity were initiates of the Egyptian, the proper word, Kemetan mystery system from Moses, who was an Kemetan Hierogrammat down to Christ. So where does it all come from? That's what I want to get established. All of the great teachers had to study first in Africa. There were no religions created in Europe. Look at it historically. Co-opted, corrupted, conquered, but not created. There. Now, to get into our topic tonight, will the real Jesus please stand up? And the reason why I chose that title, you remember there used to be a TV show, I forgot the name of it, and you'd have to guess which person did that and which one, and then at the end of it, they say, will the real one please stand up? And that hit me. I said, yeah, that'll make a good title for a message. So I went to the creator, said, you approve? He said, I approve. So he gave me the message. And I'm going to read to you from an African history book that a lot of us don't know is an African history book. The Bible, even though it's been mistranslated and everything, they have messed it up. I mean, something terrible. However, if you got the keys, the African-centered keys, you can go in and unlock the mysteries. It's there for you. You can get it. And what I'm doing tonight is an African-centered translation of the scripture. You know, everybody's got one, the Baptists and the Catholic, everybody got a translation. I'm doing an African-centered translation of the scripture as we go tonight. Is that all right with you? And this is the text we're going to read in Matthew, the 16th chapter, the 13th to the 17th verses and the 20th verse. When Jesus came into the coast of Caesarea Philippi, he asked his disciples, saying, whom do men say that I, the Son of Man, am? And they said, some say that thou art John the Baptist, some Elias, and others Jeremiah, or one of the prophets. And Simon Peter answered and said, thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God. And Jesus answered and said unto him, blessed art thou, Simon Bar-Jonas, for flesh and blood hath not revealed it unto thee, but my Father which is in heaven. 20th verse, then charged he his disciples, they should tell no man that he was Jesus the Christ. Now, when you read this text on the surface, you got this mystical idea that Peter is declaring Jesus to be God, which historically is not the case and not what the original language said. But I'm going to put that aside a minute and come back to it, all right? And just like Jesus asked that question, who do people say I am? I have to bring it into our era and ask the question. And that is, who is this Jesus and what is he to us? That's a question that we're going to try to answer here today. Now, we have been given generally a one-sided view ever since the plantation experience of this historical personage whom they call Jesus. The image that we have been given of him is of a one-haired, blue-eyed, effeminate-looking white man holding a lamb. And that image has been so deeply impressed on our psyche that many of us will go to war with you when you try to correct that image. I remember an incident when I was a little boy, 13 years old. I was brought up in Richard Allen City. You call it Philadelphia, we call it Richard Allen City. And I was on the corner, 24th and Columbia, and there was this little girl that I liked because I've always loved black women ever since I came out the womb. And I was standing on the corner macking. I was rapping to beat the band. And she was smiling, and it looked like I was getting over. And then I happened to turn around and look in the cleaners. There was a brother named Sheikh Muhammad who had a cleaners there. And I saw a picture in that window which shocked me. Shocked me so much I stopped macking. And for anything to stop me from macking, it really has a profound effect on me. But I know nothing more than I love better than a black woman, even at that age. Nothing holds my interest better. Maybe except studying this here. I know that they're equal to me. Ask my wife, she'll tell you. I ran home to my mother. I ran home. I had to run about 8 to 10 blocks. I came in the house. I was shaking. I was shivering. And my mama said, "What's the matter with you, boy?" I said, "Mama, I saw something ugly. I saw something awful." She said, "Well, what did you see, boy?" I saw a picture with this ugly man, colored man, because we didn't say black then. And he was real dark, and he had this kinky hair and big lips and big nose. And he had a staff in his hand. He was holding a lamb, and under the picture said, "Jesus Christ our Lord." I said, who would do something like that? I'm telling you. Lord's my witness. That's why I say I'm a born-again African. I didn't always know who I was. Some people born-again Christian, born-again. I was born-again African. My mama sat me down, and she said, "Son, some people say that he could have been a colored man." And she went on to bring out some thoughts to me, and without knowing it, unbeknownst to her, she began to set a course for my life that I would later pick up on and pursue. And that's how this became one of my favorite subjects on the African historicity of Jesus. Now, this Jesus of Christian mythology is quite different from the Jesus of history. Now, understand what I'm saying? There is the mythology of Jesus, and then there is the historical aspect of Jesus, which we're dealing with tonight. And it is extremely important for African people to have a correct historical view of Jesus. Why is that so? For we have been so misinformed and outright lied to about it, and it is a root cause of many of the problems that affect our psyche today. If I have enough time before I finish tonight, I'm going to read something on that from what Dr. Welsing has to say about it, one of our foremost premier behavioral scientists. Now let's get back to this text on Caesarea Philippi. Here's what's happening. Jesus, or Jerusalem Slim as we used to call him in the seminary, this tall black man, and I'm going to prove my case hopefully for this night's over, is walking with a bunch of dusty ragtag nationalists. That's what they were. They were looking for the kingdom of God. The kingdom of God on earth. They weren't looking for heaven. They were looking for a kingdom, and a kingdom is a what? A government. They were looking for some land. They were being oppressed, but I'll deal with that a little later. But he's walking along now with these nationalists, and they struggling, going from town to town, trying to organize the people. And they're getting pretty good support, but they're not getting all they need. And he takes them to this city called Caesarea Philippi, the city of the emperor, named by Herod Philip in honor of Gaius Tiberius Augustus Caesar, who is not only the president of Pax Romana, that is of the Roman Empire, the same as the United States president would be today, same symbol, the Roman eagle, same thing. Roman Senate, same governing body. You think about that. But he's also expected by the subjects of that empire to be worshipped as Almighty God himself, as a deity. Now here, Yeshua, which is his proper name, Ben Joseph, takes these men who are tired from their travels and struggles for liberation, takes them at the foot of this awesome marble statue of this God of the empire and puts to them a question. Who am I? Who do men say that I am? They looked at all that was around them. They owning nothing themselves, seeing that the white man had power over everything, the white Roman Empire that they had to use to thrive and live off of. Even water they fished out of, he was dominating that land. And they got a bit confused. Some say you're John the Baptist, sir. Some say you're Elijah. Not somebody. We're not sure. Now that was quite a test to put the brothers through under those conditions. Then Peter comes up with a statement. So the text goes, "Thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God." Now we're going to deal with that in a minute. You still with me? I hope I'm not fragmenting. I'm trying to keep it together. I got to do some reading and stuff now, y'all. Y'all don't mind, I hope. You sure? You all right? Now, I'm going to try to cover 9 black historical facts about Jesus as we clear this story up. I'm using this story as a basis to deal with will the real Jesus please stand up. And these are the 9 points I hope we'll be able to cover. And just in case we don't, I want you to at least know what they are. Number 1, we're going to talk about the life and times of Jerusalem Slim. Number 2, the Jesus of history was a black man with African roots. Number 3, the Jesus of history was a man born according to the flesh. Number 4, Jesus was not a God. Was not God. Number 5, the Jesus of history was not a Christian. Uh-oh. If I make it through that one, then I know I'll be all right. If I get home tonight after that, I'll be all right. Jesus was not, number 6, an integrationist. I'm going to show it to you from the scripture. Number 7, the Jesus of history was a black nationalist freedom fighter. Number 8, in all probability, Jesus was a married man with a family. Oh, right now? Okay. A blue Toyota in the backyard. All right, now, where was I? Number 9, we will discuss briefly the historical significance of the resurrection story. Now, if you have to leave before I finish, be sure to visit that table and get a copy of the tape. Will the real Jesus please stand up? All right, are you ready now? Point 1, the life and times of Jerusalem Slim. Now, how did we get a name like this for Jesus? Well, we are not seeking to be disrespectful in any way or sacrilegious. But when we were in the seminary, many of us became disenchanted with the whole idea of Jesus because I was in a Seventh-day Adventist seminary and they forbade us to go in the marches that the civil rights workers were going in. And we saw this movement going on and we couldn't participate because they were telling us we couldn't get caught up in these worldly things. We had to get ready for the second coming of Christ. So some of us was about to leave altogether. And then this brilliant black man, peace be upon him, he's with the ancestors now, Dr. Jacob Justice, one of the most brilliant men I've ever met. He said, brothers, before you leave, before you reject him, I want you to take a good look at him. And he began to describe this man, this beautiful, tall, black man, he said, who had women dropping around his feet. And he began to talk about this black man who showed this black muscle in the temple and ran everybody out of it. And we said, hey, this is a bad dude. Said, hey, so we start calling him Jerusalem Slim. So every morning, divinity students would get up on the campus there at Oakwood and greet each other in the name of Jerusalem Slim. We give each other 5 in the name of Jerusalem Slim. So that's how we came to refer to Jesus in that affectionate way. And as I told someone yesterday, and as Dr. Bennett told me, he said, you came to take my Jesus from me? I said, no, we came to make him more real. And Dr. Justice made him real to us that time. We also want to take under consideration, at the time period that we're talking about, there were other events taking place in the world. First of all, you have to understand that Palestine was a very small nation, the nation of Judea. They were concerned about all of what was happening there, and they should have, but the rest of the world was busy doing something else, especially Africans. You had the mighty Kushite empires ruled by the Kandakis, the queen mothers, down on the Nile. The Romans went down to attack them to get tribute. They met with one of those Kandakis. She fought them so hard, even when they knocked one eye out, she kept kicking behind. The Romans won that particular battle, but they lost the war, and they went away and left them alone. So that's what was going on in the world at the time. So when you think about it, you're made to focus that everybody in the world was looking for and waiting for Jesus. No, only the Hebrews were. Everybody else had their own liberators. And why were they looking for Jesus to come? Because they were under the oppression of the Roman Empire. And that's why every other male child was named Yeshua, which means God will deliver us. Because they were looking for a deliverer. As I think I mentioned before, just as on the plantation, every time a male child was born, what did they do? They went to the child, and what was the question? Is you the one? Is you the one? And Nat Turner said yes. And Gabriel Prosser said yes. And then Mark Vesey said yes. And my great-great-grandfather John Campbell said yes. That's why I'm crazy. I came out of that stock. A lot of them said yes, I'm the one. Answered the call. Also, the contemporary religions of that day. I'm trying to give you the historical scenario here. Because we tend to, Cecil B. DeMille takes it and lifts it out of the context of history and puts you up in the sky somewhere, trying to bring it back to earth. There was the religion of Osiris, who was a resurrected savior, at least 2,000 or 3,000 years older than Jesus, possibly 10,000 years older. There was Aset, mother and child, who resurrected him from the grave. That was the real Holy Ghost. It took the black woman to bring him up out of the grave. Gonna take the black woman to bring us up out of the grave today, brother. That's your function, to resurrect the black man so he can protect you and your babies. You don't put him down. He gets his source of power from you, and he uses that power to protect you. It's a beautiful, beautiful partnership when you hook it up in the African way. When it's done African way, nothing no more beautiful than that. You ain't got no business struggling over each other with males with superiority and women's superiority. We don't deal with nothing like that. She's the queen of the universe and you the king. So what's the argument? You royalty. There was the religion of Imhotep, the healer, that had been going on in the world several thousand years. And then there was the Mithraism from Persia, which had a virgin birth and a resurrected Savior. Whole host of religions from which Christianity later drew. So this was not anything new. It just gave it another name. The principles were the same. Please don't get angry with me for sharing that with you. Point number 2. The Jesus of history was a black man with African roots. Now, when you read the scripture, you read 2 birth certificates for Jesus. He had 2 birth certificates. One in the book of Matthew, one in the book of Luke, and they do not agree. They're 2 separate on his ancestral line. But they do all agree on this, that he had a bunch of Canaanites and Cushites and Jebusites and all kind of ites. And Dr. Justice told us all them ites was black folks in his family line and ancestry. From Abraham on through. Abraham came from Ur of Chaldea. He was the first Hebrew. And he came from among the Sumerians, who we know from history were largely, predominantly black people. That's what they were. Now, if you want to argue with me about that, you can. But let me say this to you. When his progeny, Jacob, went down into Africa, because that's where Kemet is, in Africa. When they went down into Africa, 70 or 77 of them, if they weren't black when they arrived, when they left 430 years later, 3,105,000 strong, they were black when they left. In the land of the pharaohs was a predominantly black land. There was no more than 11% Caucasian throughout the whole history of the empire. We can prove that through osteology and a number of other, and certainly through the art and paintings and the work done on the walls in the temples. Excuse me. Okay, you still with me? Also, as Donovan Joyce tells us in the book, The Jesus Scroll, it's an Englishman Well, they won't even let that book back in this country now. That Jesus was a member of the Hasmonean dynasty, which made him a rightful heir to the throne of Israel. I don't have time to go into. I'm putting that in the book I'm writing, Black Historical Facts on the Life of Jesus, about what that Hasmonean dynasty is. But what was the totem of that particular dynasty? What was its symbol? Sir Godfrey Higgins, in the book Anacalypsis, another Englishman, tells us that its symbol was a black panther. Ain't no new thing. It just keeps going around in cycles. Now let's deal with, for a moment, as we're talking about the African ancestry of Jesus, his roots, he being a black man, that the Apostle John's vision on the Isle of Patmos, as recorded in the book of Revelations. Now, in spite of all the mistranslations of the New Testament, and it has been the most mangled of the two books, between the Old and New Testament, it's been the most mangled of those. Yet comes out in Revelations, the first chapter, the 13th to the 15th verse. And in the midst of the seven candlesticks, one like unto the Son of Man. Keep that in mind. Clothed with a garment down to the foot and girded about the chest with a golden girdle. His head and his hairs were like as white as snow, and his eyes as a flame of fire, and his feet like unto as if they burned in and the voice as the sound of many waters. Now, if that ain't African, I don't know what it is. And I went and looked up the word, because they told me all kind of things when I was in the seminary. They said to me, they say, look, say wool and white like wool hair meant that he was an elder, and that's what it meant, but it didn't really mean it was kinky hair. And I went to the Random House Dictionary, and it says lamb's wool in reference to human hair is short, thick, and crisp. Now that's what it said when I went there. I don't have to mention again, but I think I will for just a brief moment, that the black Madonnas are all over Europe. They are the most sacred icons in Europe. Everywhere, all over Europe. So they believe in the power of the black woman. Every Easter they bring them out and pin money on them and pray for this statue of a black woman. Not even a living black woman, a statue of a black woman to heal her. So you think what the living black woman got, what kind of power she got? Why do they look to her to heal? Because she was the first doctor in the world. Was no doctor for her. Read African Woman, the Original Guardian Angel, and also read the papers by Dr. Rosalind Jeffries in Black Women of Antiquity. I've mentioned before, and I'll mention it again just in case you didn't hear it. If you're going to bring me some water, please let it be room temperature, nothing cold, thank you. The Justinian coin, among others. But you can see pictures of that in Joel A. Rogers' book, Sex and Race, Volume 1. Van Sertima's early African president, early Europe, that edition of the African Journal of Civilization. And we have described it before with corn-rolled hair and thick lips and broad nose. And on that coin in Latin it says what? Our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. So it was very clear to everybody. It was clear to white folks who Jesus was and what he was. Now, there came a time that in order to colonize the world, they had to colonize people's religious imagery and colonize history, as Dr. John Henry Clark tells us, that great dean of scholars. Because they were too small in number. There are only 13% of them in the whole world to hold down a whole planet of people of color, 87%. So they had to use more than a military means. They had to use what? Psychological warfare. And one of the ways of doing that was to get in and start messing with that religious imagery, and that's what they would do on the plantation. They would come and put this picture of this blonde-haired, blue-eyed white boy, and they say, this is God. Be as much like him as you can. This is the Son of God. He will solve all your problems for you. And here's a little black child, look at himself, look at that picture. He said, he may not have articulated that, but in his psyche he says, there's no hope for me. And the only person that can save me is a white man. There's nobody else can save me. I really have to ask the question, don't y'all get mad with me, but I have to ask the question, how can you all work so hard and build these fine churches? Sell all them dinners and all them ribs and all them tickets to send the minister to the Holy Land and all that, build them churches, and then turn around and put a white man picture up there and give him the credit for it. Now, how do you do that? What does that say to your children? And when you raise it, well, it don't make no difference what color it was. Well, it don't make no difference. Put the real color up there. These only use blind-haired, blue-eyed, and one of the ways of the planet of people of color, 87%. So they had to use more than a military means. They had to use what? Psychological warfare. And one of the ways of doing that was to get in and start messing with that religious imagery, and that's what they would do on the plantation. They would come and put this picture of this blind-haired, blue-eyed white boy, and they say, this is God. Be as much like him as you can. This is the Son of God. He will solve all your problems for you. And here's a little black child, look at himself, look at that picture. He said, he may not have articulated that, but in his psyche he says, there's no hope for me. And the only person that can save me is a white man. There's nobody else can save me. I really...
The name of this video is Will the Real Jesus Please Stand Up by Ishkamuska Bashango. This statement is very powerful. And when we talk about His Majesty coming on the scene, he was the bearer of the titles, of the biblical titles, but the psychological trauma and so forth made it become where to acknowledge His Majesty is to go against the faith of God. So many people believe that if they acknowledge or say or proclaim and so forth, they're operating as Rastafari, and that His Majesty is supposed to be the restoration or change for them as their Jesus. And so they battle there with that construct of, that Jesus war. And so many people miss the international law and the works of His Majesty because they're battling with the construct that's been woven into the genetical memories of us for years through trauma. So to see someone represent the Lion of Judah, King of Kings, all of these titles from Revelations, many people chose not to acknowledge His Majesty because of religious programming, thereby missing their own redemption and emancipation. Give thanks. Floor is to you, Chair.
Yes, I give thanks, give thanks. All right, everyone. It was a wonderful Juneteenth. It is 12:02 a.m. and it has been a wonderful session, very memorable, and glad to have you all with us this evening on this live. Glad to have you all here with us, and we hope that this will be very helpful for you all when you come across this recording. And like we said, reach out to us, and we will be in contact with you of how you can join We'll be in contact with you of how you can learn more about sovereignty and international law and learn how you can get involved with different community initiatives, different international initiatives that deal with our people when it comes to trade, when it comes to environment, when it comes to safety, when it comes to education. So definitely reach out. This is the time for unity, and we're unified with the word. And the word is written on our hearts. And His Majesty gave us the Constitution of the Eastern World Federation Incorporated. And with this, we have the key out of this locked box that the West has given us. So we'll close off with our Ethiopian anthem with Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated. So we give thanks and praise. And afterwards, close out with a prayer from our Sergeant of Arms. Give thanks. Yes, I give thanks. Give thanks. Once again, give thanks to everybody for coming in. Give thanks to Mr. Lazarus. Give thanks to Chaplain for coming in earlier. Give thanks to Sergeant of Arms. Give thanks to everybody coming in the meeting. And now we'll have our Sergeant of Arms close us off with a prayer. So we may end this session for this Juneteenth. It is now June 20th. So we give thanks for that. Think the Sergeant of Arms might be having some technical difficulties. Minister, is it possible for you to close us out this evening?
Cypher.
He cranked out too.
No, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Give thanks, Sergeant.
Jam up. Jam up. Yes, sir. Highly high. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We give thanks. Yes, sir. Most High is the bill. Most High Almighty. Almighty God. Great Creator. Yes, sir. One and only true Exabel. See him, Exabel. Give thanks. Yes, sir. Give thanks. Have a love, life, light, liberation in our lives. Understand that these 490 degrees are 4 L's, our foundation. Let's reset, renew, restore ourselves, restore our heritage, restore our culture, restore our purpose, and ourself, and I, mind, body, and I must know and understand this truth, and we give thanks. Be one step closer to access our mind, to think for ourselves, to find truth, which has been hidden, to find purpose in our life, which has been tried to be removed from us, and to find ourselves in everything, as we know that we are an aspect of you, Most High, and you are an aspect of all. So we give thanks. We're grateful for this platform, for this great legacy, for this company, Ethiopian World Federation, for Zoom, and for all the other tools and devices that we have to provide a force in our lives to balance out forces that are set against us. But we know only way to beat a force to put an equal or greater force against it. So we give thanks to have a force and to have our forces to be able to regain, regather, and again, strengthen our temple, fortify our minds, and be able to be forthcoming, righteous, upright out here in this world as we're pillars of light to the darkness of which faces the world. Ignorance of knowledge, ignorance of responses and thought processes. So we give thanks again, Most High, to be able to have these type of words, sounds, and reasons to build us up for the elders and ones before us that lead this information to us, not first generation, not second, but from ancient times and for hundreds and hundreds of years of persecution. For we know that this has been a process and a science been performed here on earth, and we give thanks to work against this to regain and regather ourselves once again. So yes, our Most High Exabel, we ask that the words of our mouth and the meditation of our heart be acceptable in thy sight. O Exabel, our strength and our Redeemer. As we regather ourselves, we regain and pray, meditate, and affirm. In the Most High, Abacadus, Kedamah, we Kedamah, we Hada Celesti, Sim, Exabel. We give thanks and Isaacs. Yes, sir. Aliyah. Sila, Sila, Sila. Ashe. Yes, sir. Give thanks, Chair. Yes, sir. Aliyah.
Yes, sir. Give thanks, Sergeant of Arms. Yes, yes, yes. Another session this evening is to conclusion. Join us again next strong on the Thursday again, and we'll be dealing with some more knowledge, dealing with some more in-depth information. And definitely check out our Instagram page, Local 49. Check out all of our different spots. We got places on Facebook, and we got some things out here. We got some products we got going out. We got shea butter. we got sea moss, we got different items, we got music, we got shirts. We got a Savannah Black Market in Savannah, so we'll be doing some things locally around the area. And we also have some wonderful things happening pretty soon. At the end of summer, we have some events coming up, so have a lookout for that. It's going to be some family events and memorable events. So, think about everything that's going on right now in the world and really think about what we are doing for our people. Look around. The spirit of Ubuntu is here. So we have a lot of things to embark on that is new for us, but are things that we should be celebrating, things that we should be moving towards. So we give thanks for all of that, and we will get to that because this is the spirit of it. This is the movement. This is the time. And, we do best every time when it's needed. So we give thanks and praise. And that's it for tonight. Y'all have a blessed one. Nagusa salam.
Earlier.